Chapter 38:19. If he had possessed the immortal tree in the past, he would have been revived long ago. There would have been no need for tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning, or for today's difficult battle. How could you have the immortal tree? The great demon god was about to go crazy from jealousy. His only response was Yang Kai's fierce fist, which smashed into his temple, causing his vision to darken and his mind to buzz. Instinctively, Great Demon God reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. However, Yang Kai didn't care and simply sent out a barrage of punches towards Great Demon God, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The Great Demon God also ignored this and stuffed the torn piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Since Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, it could be said that his entire being was the immortal tree, his flesh and blood filled with the immortal tree's essence. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, causing his tragic injuries to be somewhat suppressed. At the final juncture of the final battle, no one had expected the situation to turn out like this. The Great Demon God's massive body had been nailed to the ground by Yang Kai's black dragon spear, unable to move at all. Yang Kai's 2,500-meter-long dragon body was madly attacking, while the Great Demon God waved his hands, constantly tearing off flesh from Yang Kai's body and swallowing it whole. As the punches rained down, a series of muffled booms resounded throughout the world. The Great Demon God's head was almost deformed as countless wounds appeared on it. Yang Kai was also not faring any better, his body losing a great deal of flesh and blood, revealing his golden dragon bones. Under the effects of the immortal tree's essence, both of their injuries were quickly repaired, and for a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. Now it was time to see who could persevere longer. A figure swayed as he flew over from a short distance away. It was Wu Kuang, who was chuckling lowly with a crazed look on his face. He only stopped when he was right above the Great Demon God's head. Then, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Heaven devouring! Battle law!" As this palm descended, although it did not seem to contain much power, it could be seen with the naked eye as a pure energy was extracted from the Great Demon God's body and fused into Wukong's. Wukong's face filled with ecstasy, as if he had just eaten the most delicious food in the world, his laughter becoming even crazier. "Bastard!" The Great Demon God glared at the ant above his head. Wukong stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule as he taunted, "If you have the ability, then glare at this king to death." If it were any other time, the Great Demon God would not have placed Wukong in his eyes. Before, when he had fought against the great emperors of the Star Boundary by himself, Wukong had also used this heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour his strength many times, but to no avail. However, at this moment, the Great Demon God was like a wooden crossbow, his body impaled by the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai's attacks rained down like a storm, and when Wukong tried to devour him again, the Great Demon God was unable to resist. His strength was rapidly draining away, disappearing into thin air, and even the essence of the immortal tree was unable to replenish it. Panic rose in his heart as the Great Demon God's complexion changed greatly. He raised his hand in an attempt to grab Wu Kuang, but was caught off guard by a dragon tail that suddenly swept over and restrained one of his arms with a tremendous force. He struggled a few times, but was unable to move at all. The Great Demon God roared as he used his other hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. Halfway there, he used his palm as a knife and stabbed it into Yang Kai's chest, grabbing hold of his beating heart. However, before the Great Demon God could exert any strength, Yang Kai grinned and grabbed the Great Demon God's giant hand, gripping it tightly as he spat out a single word: "Explode." Space principles fluctuated wildly as the space force around the Great Demon God's arm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere as the Great Demon God's arm was directly severed, causing a miserable howl to ring out. Yang Kai casually tossed the giant arm behind his back before unleashing a barrage of attacks on the Great Demon God once more. Demonic chi began to grow around the Great Demon God's severed arm as his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if a new arm would soon grow back. But under the influence of Wukong's heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, The blood and pure energy that flowed out from the severed arm were constantly being devoured, causing the wound to show no signs of healing, let alone regrowing it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the great demon god's monstrous aura continued to fall, and so did Yang Kai's. Even though he had completely recovered after refining the immortal tree, and had fought a second battle, he was still unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Scram! Like a dying flash of light, the originally weakened great demon god suddenly launched an attack, opening his mouth and roaring as a violent force poured out, transforming into a deadly attack that slammed into Yang Kai's body. The 2,500-meter-long body of the great demon god didn't pause in the slightest as he was sent flying midair. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as a series of wounds burst open on his chest, causing golden blood to spray out. Falling heavily to the ground, Yang Kai quickly got up, but before he could fully stand up, he staggered and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision was blurred by blood, and the entire world was covered in a golden hue. "It's time!" Wu Kuang, who had been hovering above the great demon god's head and constantly devouring his strength, suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he shook his arms and shouted, "Junior, if the situation doesn't seem right, don't hesitate to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble." As soon as these words fell, Wukong's figure fell from the sky and thrust his palm into one of the wounds on the great demon god's forehead. Immediately after, Wukong's body trembled, and his eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening. Wukong hurriedly withdrew his hand, retreated from the great demon god's body, and flew to Yang Kai's side, staring forward with a dignified expression. This action didn't cause any damage at all, but after Wukong's attack, the great demon god, who had been nailed to the ground and was facing the sky, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging as he shouted angrily, "Ignorant scoundrel, how dare you! Scram for this king!" As soon as these words fell, his weak aura suddenly fluctuated, and demonic chi also fluctuated inside his huge body, as if he was going through a difficult struggle. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he observed. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but soon he thought of something and turned his head to the side, frowning as he asked, "Master Hongchen?" Duan Hongchen gently nodded and said solemnly, "Get ready. If the situation is not right, immediately join forces with this old master to kill him." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Wukong is trying to possess this body?" Since the most recent opening of the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchen and Wukong's souls had become one. Under normal circumstances, it was Wukong who took the lead, so now that the one standing in front of him was Duan Hongchen, it wasn't difficult to guess where Wukong had gone. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling horrified by Wukong's audacity. This was the great demon god. How could he think of possessing his body? However, on second thought, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The great emperors of Hongchen, and the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, couldn't always be like this. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he were Wukong, he would never miss it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, compared with the gains after success, it was undoubtedly worth it. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. "It's not possession, it's devouring." Yang Kai understood. Possession was different from devouring. The latter was Wukong's specialty. At this moment, the great demon god was almost exhausted from fighting, and Wukong had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style, so he really had a chance to succeed. "What are the odds?" Yang Kai asked. "Less than 30%. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Wukong actually dared to take a risk with less than 30% chance. He really didn't take his life seriously. Duan Hongchen had shared a body with him for many years, so no one understood the characteristics of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style better than him. If he said it was less than 30%, then it was absolutely true. "Do we need to guard against Wukong?" Yang Kai asked again. If Wukong failed, needless to say, he would simply have to fight the great demon god a third time and sacrifice his life to kill him. But if Wukong succeeded, how to deal with him would be a problem. Previously, with Duan Hongchen restraining him, Wukong had no way to act recklessly and stir up trouble. But now that he had broken free from Duan Hongchen's body and obtained the great demon god's new body, if he really wanted to do evil, the great demon god's battle style would be even more dangerous. Star Boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Yang Kai, as one of the great emperors of the void, had the world's will supporting him, so he could feel it more clearly than the average person. This battle would cause endless trouble for the entire Star Boundary. No need. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. If he succeeds, there will be nothing left for him to care about here. His pursuit of the martial Dao has always been firm. It was fine if he didn't know this before. But now that he knows that there is always someone better than him, do you think he will still stay here? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's true, then let's hope he succeeds. Although Yang Kai did not fear a third battle with the great demon god, and had refined the immortal tree, his restorative abilities were simply terrifying. Most of the wounds he had suffered just now had already been healed, so it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Even if the great demon god had swallowed a lot of his flesh and blood, how much could he recover? The second battle had resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, so if a third battle were to take place, Yang Kai was confident that he could kill the great demon god here on his own. Calming his heart, Yang Kai began restoring his strength as much as possible, while simultaneously paying attention to the great demon god's movements. After Wukong's soul broke in, the great demon god had constantly struggled and roared, but the blue dragon spear had pierced through his body, so even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Inside his huge body, Yang Kai could clearly feel two different auras colliding, entangling and fusing with each other, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Inside his body, an earth-shattering strength swept out in all directions as a shockwave spread out from the great demon god. A number of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded the great demon god. These were the great emperors who had been exhausted from the previous battle. While Yang Kai was fighting the great demon god alone, all of them had been doing their best to restore their strength, and now they finally had some ability to move. Even the previously unconscious Hua Ying and Bing Yu had woken up. Yang Kai raised his head and swept his eyes over these familiar faces, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he withdrew his dragon transformation and flew up together with Duan Hongchen. 9 figures, 9 great emperors, all of their auras linked together, the strength of the entire world of heaven and earth circulating between them as they quietly looked down, accumulating strength, ready to act. Chapter 38:20. The passage of time had never been so long, and every moment of waiting was a torment to them. 9 figures stood in the void and quietly watched as the 2 chis inside the great demon god's body, which was still pinned down by the blue dragon spear, continued to fiercely clash. Gradually, the confrontation weakened and then calmed down. After an unknown period of time, the great demon god closed his eyes and lay there quietly, as if he had really died. However, under the supervision of Yang Kai and the others' divine senses, they could still feel a faint vitality from the great demon god's body. The great demon god was not dead, but he had truly reached the end of his life. The current great demon god no longer had the high spirits he had when he had just been resurrected. Instead, his appearance was incomparably miserable. At a certain moment, the great demon god suddenly opened his eyes, and although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were still shining brightly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low chuckle. At first, the sound was not too loud, but it gradually grew louder and louder until it became a hearty laughter, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy and could not stop. The great emperors watched on coldly. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Duan Hongchen, but the latter's expression was as calm as an ancient well, obviously unable to determine who was controlling the great demon god's body at this moment. Emotion! Yang Kai coldly shouted. The great demon god stopped laughing and looked up. What do you think? Then, with a hiss, he angrily shouted, Junior, hurry up and pull out this damn spear for this king. Yang Kai turned his head again to look at Duan Hongchen. He really had no way of determining whether Wukong's devouring had succeeded or not. The only one who could make an accurate judgment now was Duan Hongchen, who had lived with Wukong for many years. Everyone else also looked at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "I can't tell." Yang Kai grinned. "Then that's easy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." In any case, the Wukong wasn't a good person. Back then, when they were roaming the astral territory, they had tormented countless lower planes territory. They were simply taking revenge for the creatures that had died in those lower planes territory. The great demonic god was enraged. "Old ghost Red Dust, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you believe that I won't reveal your secret?" He turned to look at the great emperors of Flowery Shadow. "Hua Linglong, do you still remember that one year when you were at the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory?" "Shut up." Duan Hongchen's countenance changed. He raised his hand to stop her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The great emperors of Flower Shadow frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Great Demon God raised his brow and smiled at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen glared fiercely at him. Then he swept his gaze over the others and said with certainty, "He is Wukong." "What about Emo Sheng?" Yang Kai asked. Wukong grinned fiercely. "This king is still alive. What do you think his fate will be?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't expected that Wukong would really succeed in this matter. In this defeat, not only had his resurrected body been taken away, even his soul had been devoured. No matter how powerful Emo Sheng was, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble again. Relieved, an indescribable exhaustion swept through his body and mind. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body fell straight down. Not only him, but the great emperors floating in the sky, the two elders of the dragon race, and the heaven's punishment descendant Zhang Ruoxi, all of them fell to the ground like dumplings. This earth-shattering battle didn't last too long. It had only been a few days since Great Demon God appeared. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for many years, and had fought countless life and death battles. Let alone a battle of a few days. There had even been battles that lasted for months or even years. But there had never been a battle that was as difficult as this one, that made them feel so tired. The moment they confirmed that Emo Sheng was dead and their side had won, the taut strings in their hearts loosened, and the great emperors even lost their composure. But for better or for worse, with their cultivation, they didn't really fall flat on their faces. They all staggered as they fell, their footsteps weak. Yang Kai's situation was the best. He had refined the immortal tree and possessed the dragon race's source, so his restorative ability was far superior to the others. At the very least, he still had some strength left. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything in the world was imprinted in his mind. Feeling the pairs of eyes looking in his direction and the apprehension in the hearts of the people in the star boundary, Yang Kai exhaled and said, "Emo Sheng is dead, we won." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of world energy, it spread to every corner of the star boundary and reached the ears of everyone who was still alive. After a brief moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers rang out. The inside and outside of the High Heaven Palace were boiling with joy, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon could be seen again. Yang Kai grinned, and directly lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking up at the sky. The sky was still hazy and the demonic chi was tumbling, but Yang Kai mustered up all his strength and exhaled, instantly opening a huge hole in the demonic chi that covered the world. Dazzling sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness and making everyone feel warm. Figures rushed out from the High Heaven Palace. One after another, their delicate bodies rushed into Yang Kai's arms, as sobbing sounds rang out incessantly. The little senior sister cried the most fiercely, her eyes swollen like peaches. Shuiyu was also weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Although Shanqing Luo was restraining herself, she still couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Zhu Qing and Su Yan were better off, but their beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. When Yang Kai rushed into the void with the broken palm wrapped around him, the void exploded, and so did their hearts. At that moment, Su Yan and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fortunately, half a day later, Yang Kai came back again full of energy. Even thinking about it now, the feeling was like a nightmare to them. Yang Kai hugged them left and right, comforting them for a while, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Su Yan who reprimanded them with a straight face, making them stop crying. "Hey Junior, if you're done, can you come and see this king? This king is still nailed here. If you don't come, this king will die." A dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Yang Kai didn't even look at this voice. "What's the hurry? I won't die anytime soon. Just let me catch my breath." He was exhausted. He was really exhausted. Even though he had refined the immortal tree and was rapidly repairing his injuries, at this moment, his body was in perfect condition, but the consumption of his strength could not be replenished. This time, if he didn't rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not have the strength to fight again. However, although Mo Sheng was dead, the star boundary had become a huge mess now, so he still needed to clean it up. Things were far from over. After cuddling for a while, Yang Kai asked Su Yan to take the women away. Then he stood up and walked towards Great Demon God's huge body step by step. When he got close, he flew into the air and hugged the blue dragon spear's tail. With a thought, the blue dragon spear quickly shrank to a length of 10 meters and was pulled out by Yang Kai. Wukong grunted as blood spurted from his chest and abdomen. But after getting rid of the blue dragon spear, he was finally able to sit up. Looking down, he also gasped. "How is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong grumpily said, "I won't die. I'm asking you how your new body is." Yang Kai snorted. Wukong silently sensed his new body and grinned. "Excellent, it's thousands of times better than old ghost Hong Chen's rotten body. It's a good deal for you." With this body, as long as he could recover, Wukong could immediately become a heaven-opening realm master. Since he had swallowed Mo Sheng's soul, he could naturally inherit Mo Sheng's body. Although this would definitely have some hidden dangers, and it would not be as good as cultivating step by step, for the current Wukong, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Otherwise, he would have to fuse with Duan Hongchen's soul, which was something neither he nor Duan Hongchen could tolerate. Over the years, he had not tried to seize another person's body. Firstly, he could not find a suitable one. After all, he was one of the great emperors, so how could he be interested in an ordinary person's body? Secondly, Duan Hongchen did not dare let him go easily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Duan Hongchen could not stop him. As the two of them were talking, an unusual aura suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. This aura was so strong that only the great emperors and demon saint could compare to it. And from the characteristics of this aura, it was obvious that it belonged to a demon saint. All the great emperors were shocked. At this time, none of them had the strength to act. If a demon saint really attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw a streak of light flying over, and he could not help but laugh. This woman had woken up at the perfect time, perfectly avoiding a fatal disaster. Under everyone's gazes, the streak of light stopped in midair, revealing Bailey Mo's figure. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, taking in the situation of all the masters, and her gaze quickly settled on Yang Kai and Wukong, a look of surprise in her eyes. What was going on? She actually saw Yang Kai and the great demon god chatting and laughing together, and they were less than 300 meters apart. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear without any hostility, and the great demon god sat on the ground without any killing intent. The demon saint was nowhere to be seen, and the great emperors of the star boundary were all exhausted, their auras weak. What had happened while she was unconscious? Could it be that the star boundary and the demon territory had made peace? But how was that possible? Bei Moli felt dizzy, as if she was dreaming. "You're in luck." Yang Kai nodded slightly at her, causing Bailey Mo to be even more confused. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when she was knocked out by Yang Kai. Although she was under the great demon god's control at that time, her mind was still clear. She, Yu Rumeng, and Chang Tian had walked out of that mysterious space. And before they could do anything, the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge had taken effect, and she had instantly fallen unconscious. Even now, her head felt as if it had split open. Bailey Mo guessed that her soul had suffered some damage. At that time, Yang Kai had been so anxious that he had no time to control the strength of the soul brand. He had only wanted to make Bailey Mo fall unconscious. After that, the great demon god was outnumbered, and had no choice but to merge with mini demon saint. Bailey Mo's unconscious body did not accept the conscription, and she had safely survived. Otherwise, she would have been like Xue Li and the others, turned into a powerful asset for the great demon god. If that had been the case, there would be no Bailey Mo. Chapter 38:21. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Yang Kai said, Mo Sheng is dead. Bailey Mo blinked, almost thinking she had heard wrong, turning her head to look at the giant body. The great demon god was clearly in front of her. So why did Yang Kai say he was dead? But soon, Bailey Mo's expression changed as she stared at Wukong and said, You are not the great demon god master. Although the giant body in front of her was still the great demon god's, the aura it exuded was completely different from before. A chuckle rang out. This king is Wukong. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip as she asked in horror, You possessed him? She was not an idiot. On the contrary, as a demon saint, how much experience did she have? So, as soon as she realized that Wukong's soul was inside the great demon god's body, she immediately thought of the key point. More or less, Wukong responded indifferently, too lazy to explain anything. Bailey Mo sucked in a breath of cold air as she looked at Wukong, then at Yang Kai, then at the great emperors around her, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The great demon god was actually dead, and not only was he dead, but he was also possessed by Wukong. Even if she didn't dare believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. She hadn't participated in the previous battle, but judging from the aftermath of the battle, and the situation of the great emperors in Star Boundary, it was definitely an extremely tragic battle. The final result was actually like this. Demon territory was won, Star Boundary won, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. Heaven and earth were almost shattered, and Yuan Qi was greatly injured. As a demon saint, Bailey Mo didn't feel much sadness. After all, she had relied on Star Boundary because of the soul brand, drawing a clear line between herself and the other demon saints. Moreover, the feeling of being controlled by the great demon god was terrible. She was actually a little happy that the great demon god had been killed. Although Yang Kai's soul brand could control her, it wouldn't be as thorough as the great demon god's. So that's how it is. Bailey Mo gently nodded. What about the others? Looking around, she was the only one left among the great emperors and demon saint level powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Long day is like a dream. The other demon saint have all fallen. Bailey Mo nodded slightly. This kind of ending was acceptable. She smiled and said, Congratulations. Yang Kai sneered. This battle was so tragic. What was there to congratulate? He waved his hand and said, There are still many people at the demon race. You go and take care of them. Bailey Mo nodded and flew out. In this final battle, the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was tragic. But how could the other battles not be the same? Especially the half-saint fake emperors, there were many casualties. After the appearance of the great demon god, the half-saint who originally sought refuge with the Star Boundary changed sides. Now that the great demon god was dead, they were free from his control. As for the remaining demon race members, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they had long given up resistance. At this moment they gathered together. Their eyes were full of confusion about the future. It was best to leave it to Bailey Mo to deal with. The Star Boundary also suffered huge losses. Almost all the spirit peaks of the High Heaven Palace were razed, and the originally beautiful Spirit Land was a mess. Counting the casualties and treating the wounded, the Star Boundary was bustling with activity after the battle. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover. He released Chang Tian and Yu Ru Meng from the small sealed world. Yu Ru Meng was fine, but Chang Tian and Bailey Mo were the same. Their souls had suffered some damage, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after this battle, Chang Tian had obviously aged a lot. Even his hair was a little white. He was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If not, he would not have wanted to accept Yang Kai as his successor, and take over the 100-spirit continent. Now that his soul was damaged, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It was likely that he only had a few hundred years left in his lifespan. For ordinary people, a few hundred years was several lifetimes. But for a master like Chang Tian, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. However, for a character like him, he had long put life and death aside. He had lived a wonderful life, so he could be indifferent in the face of death. The three demon saints were busy gathering the remnants of the demon race. Yang Kai used his body as the great emperors to communicate with the will of the heavens and earth, completely dispelling the demon qi in the star boundary. He had done this during the Great War, but at that time, the great demon god had interfered, so he had not been able to do it fully. Now that the great demon god was dead, there was no one to stop him. Naturally, he had to set the star boundary right. Otherwise, the remnants of the demon qi would cause endless trouble in the future. After a day of hard work, the entire star boundary saw the light of day again. Yang Kai was exhausted. However, the world was unstable. The void was full of huge void cracks, which looked extremely terrifying. The world principles of the entire star boundary were also in chaos. It seemed that they did not have much ability to repair themselves. The great emperors, who were recognized by the heavens and earth, felt this very clearly. Now they could not mobilize much of the world's force. If the star boundary was left alone in such a state, it would sooner or later perish, and it would not take too long. The shortest time would be 1,000 years, and the longest time would be 10,000 years. The star boundary should follow in the footsteps of the demon territory. At that time, the universe would fall apart, the star boundary would collapse, and this world would cease to exist. After another 3 days, the great emperors gradually recovered and regained the ability to move. Although their injuries would require a long flowing time great emperor to recuperate for a long time before they could recover, this kind of thing could not be rushed. The High Heaven Palace was in a dilapidated mess, and the flowing time temple of Yang Shao and Yang Shui was temporarily summoned as a meeting place. The temple was suspended in midair. In the main hall, the great emperors, the 2 elders of the dragon race, and the descendant of Tian Xing, Zhang Ruoxi were all present. The highest forces of the star boundary had gathered together to discuss matters. Li Wuyi stood in the hall and reported that the aftermath of the war had been cleaned up. The survivors of the star boundary were now stationed outside the High Heaven Palace. Some were recuperating, and some were looking forward to the future. The only thing that made it difficult for him was how to deal with the demon race that was still alive. The demon race, such as the half-saint Bai Zhua and Bai Ye who were under the control of the great demon god, could not be blamed for their betrayal. However, the army of the demon race had killed many people of the star boundary. Now that the demon race had lost its momentum, it was really difficult to decide whether to kill the surviving members of the demon race or not. If they were to be killed, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Now that most of the demon saint were dead, and the remaining 3 had already defected to the star boundary, they would not stop the great emperors if they really wanted to kill them. The key was that there were a lot of them, more than 10 million of them. If they were to be killed, who would bear the responsibility? If they did not kill them, how would they explain it to the people of the star boundary who had died? Li Wuyi could not make the decision, so he could only come and ask the great emperors. In the main hall, the great emperor's divine senses surged as they silently communicated with each other. After a while, Zhang Wuhen said, "When 2 armies fight, each side has its own master, so casualties are inevitable. Now that the overall situation has been decided, let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. The Void Master will deal with this matter." Yes, Li Wuyi bowed, understanding in his heart. Previously, Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon territory. And in the territory of the sealed world bead, many members of the demon race had been kept. Now, letting Yang Kai take the 10 million captives into the sealed world bead was understandable. It could be considered a way out. Li Wuyi withdrew and conveyed the decision here to Yu Meng and the others, and began to arrange a way out for the demon race. In the main hall, Zhang Wuhen continued, "Yang Kai, I will have to trouble you with the demon race. Yang Kai nodded. Iron Blood Master, rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Zhan Wuhen said. The demon race is a small matter. Now what we need to deal with is the mess of the star boundary. I believe I don't need to say it, as all of you have felt it during this time. The star boundary will not exist for long. Sooner or later, it will collapse and be destroyed. We need to find a way out for the humans of the star boundary first. Emo Huang said. Since Yang Boy can refine the second demon territory, why can't he refine the second star boundary? The situation of the demon territory was a lesson for the current star boundary. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon territory. Now the third territory of the sealed world bead could be said to be the second demon territory. If he imitated the previous method and used the sealed world bead to devour the entire star boundary, he could naturally create a second star boundary. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. It's possible, but unless there is no other choice, it's better not to do so. Why? Emo Huang was puzzled. Although the second demon territory has been formed, it is trapped in the small sealed world. I haven't thought of a good way to separate it. If we devour the star boundary, I'm afraid it will cause unexpected consequences. Moreover, the feeling that the second demon area gives me is somewhat different from the original demon area. Heaven and earth have just been born, and the Dharma is not perfect. It may take a very long time to restore itself to its original state. That is a very long time. Zhan Wuhen heard this and said, let's leave this method as a last resort. If we really can't find a way out, this is the only way. Master, forgive me for saying too much, but the star boundary should still be salvageable. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their expressions all brightened. Zhan Wuhen asked, young lady, do you have a way to save it? Although Zhang Ruo, she was not one of the great emperors, she had the strength of great emperors. What's more, she had inherited Tian Xing's memories and inheritance, so she had knowledge and vision beyond the universe. Since she said so at this moment, it was certainly not without reason. I can't guarantee it, but there is indeed a way in my memories. There's no harm in saying it. The current situation of the star boundary is not bad. If there is really a way to save the star boundary, then young lady will be this world's benefactor. Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, Master, you are too serious. I was born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. After a pause, she continued, the current situation of the star boundary is caused by the aftermath of the previous battle and the loss of spirit auspiciousness. In fact, the main reason is the latter. When a world principle loses its spirit auspiciousness, it will lose its vitality, and the world principles will be broken, so it will lose its ability to repair itself. On the other hand, if the world principle can be restored to its vitality and spirit auspiciousness reappears, it will be able to repair itself. No matter how broken the world principle is, it will be restored to its original state. Chapter 38:22. So the key is how to restore the vitality of this world. The flowery great emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoshi nodded, exactly. After a short pause, she continued, I don't know if Master has ever thought about this. Emotion once devoured the auspicious spirit of the demon territory. At that time, the demon territory was powerless to resist. In other words, he succeeded at that time. The situation in the demon territory should have been more serious than the star boundary today. But why did the demon territory still exist in the end? Yang Kai crossed his arms and smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Ruoshi stuck out her tongue. It's because of living beings. Living beings? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The auspicious spirit of the demon territory was once devoured, but the living beings in the demon territory did not go extinct. As long as living beings exist, the vitality of the demon territory is still there, and the lost auspicious spirit can slowly be restored. The only thing I don't understand is, since the demon territory still has auspicious spirit, why did emotion come to the star boundary? Yang Kai explained, you haven't been to the demon territory, so you don't understand the situation in the demon territory. The demon territory has already fallen apart because of the battle between Mo Sheng and the flowing time great emperors. The entire universe world has turned into many continents, and some of them have even lost their vitality and were devoured by the void. So that's how it is. Zhang Ruoxi understood. Then it's not difficult to explain why he went so far away. Zhang Wuhen forgot about Zhang Ruoxi. According to what you said, as long as there are enough living beings in the star boundary, then this world will have a chance to recover? That should be right. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. Zhang Wuhen turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, I remember that your sealed world bead once contained many people from the star boundary, right? Yang Kai said, I'll do it right away. During the War of the Two Realms, he had indeed taken in many homeless people from the star boundary. Now the first frontier territory of the small sealed world was already overcrowded with people. Not only him, but the one realm bead of the various commanders had also taken in many people. These people weren't very strong and couldn't be of much use in the War of the Two Realms. They couldn't be left alone to be tormented by the demon race, so they had managed to survive until now after being absorbed into the sealed world bead, or the one realm bead. He didn't expect that he would have to rely on their strength to rebuild the astral boundary. I'm going to talk to Wukong. If you want people, you can have as many as you want in Wukong, Duan Hongchen said as he stood up and strode out. Wukong had used the ancestral territory as its core to refine and integrate all the territory of the lower plane stars. In those lower plane stars' territory, there were countless creatures. Now that the star boundary was empty, it was a good opportunity for him to get some people to replenish it. Presumably, he wouldn't refuse, Zhang Ruoxi said. But even if this is a solution, it won't be effective in a short time. It may take a long time. Master, please be mentally prepared, Zhang Wuhen said. It doesn't matter how long it takes as long as there is still hope. Yang Kai got up and said, I'm also going to settle the people in the sealed world bead. There's still the demon race to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Go. Zhang Wuhen waved his hand. Yang Kai got up, and with a thought, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a simple palace. This palace was 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace. Beside him was Yu Rumeng. Not far away, Chang Tian and Bai Liemo were also looking over. Husband, Yu Rumeng shouted. What did the great emperor say? Yang Kai patted her head and smiled. I'll deal with the demon race. Yu Rumeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was also a member of the demon race. Although many of her clansmen who were still alive were enemies of the star boundary, they were basically just following orders and couldn't make their own decisions. Now that the star boundary had won and the demon territory had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable if the star boundary wanted to kill them all. But if that was really the case, as a demon saint, she couldn't help but feel sad. Since it was handed over to Yang Kai to deal with, it meant that the result wouldn't be too pessimistic. Sure enough, under the gaze of Bai Liemo and Chang Tian, Yang Kai said, all members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world by me. They will not be allowed to take half a step into the star boundary. Chang Tian nodded. That would be for the best. Bai Liemo also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by the three demon saint, Yang Kai took the surviving members of the demon race into the small sealed world and settled them in the third territory. An army of 10 million was thrown into the vast the third territory, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Half a day had passed since he finished this. Afterwards, Yang Kai continued to rush to various parts of the star boundary, choosing places that were not too affected by the War of the Two Realms, and releasing the natives of the star boundary he had taken into the small sealed world in batches, not hesitating to use his own strength to create a suitable environment for these humans to live and reproduce in. After more than 10 days of this, Yang Kai's footsteps traveled to all parts of the star boundary's territory. The sparks of fire had already been scattered. It was just unknown when it would become a prairie fire. However, this trip made Yang Kai more and more aware of the dilapidated state of the star boundary. When the War of the Two Realms had just begun, The reason why the great emperors and the demon saint had agreed not to take action was because they were afraid that if they fought too fiercely, it would cause irreparable damage to the star boundary. However, as the war of the two realms progressed and the great demon god returned, everything went out of control. More than half of the world's spirit was swallowed up. Its world principles were broken. The heavens and earth were falling apart. And the end of the world was everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of the past had all changed. The impact of the final battle with the great demon god could not be remedied without at least 10,000 years. Hopefully, Zhang Ruoxi's method would work. Although 10,000 years was a long time, it was still enough for a universe world. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai returned to the High Heaven Palace. As soon as he returned, he saw Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling and waving at him. Wukong was still a few thousand meters tall. He had just swallowed the great demon god's soul. So he probably had not fully digested what he had gained. So he could not shrink his body for the time being. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still flew over and hovered in front of him. What's the matter? This king is leaving. Wukong grinned. Leaving? Yang Kai frowned. Where are you going? After asking, he reacted and asked in surprise. Outside the universe? Wukong nodded. Do you want to know why this king continued to devour strength, even though he was already the strongest master in the star boundary? Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he continued. Because the title of great emperors was undeserved. Because this king felt that there was a higher martial Tao. Because this king wanted to become stronger. The flowing time great emperor was not the only one who comprehended the mysteries of the universe. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before he became a great emperor, he thought that the great emperors were a higher realm, the pinnacle of martial Tao. But now that he was in this position, he knew that Wukong was not lying. The great demon god was right. The so-called great emperors were just a title, not a realm. At the peak of the emperor realm, those who were qualified to touch upon the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm were the false emperors. And among the false emperors, there were very few who were recognized by the heavens and had the qualifications to use the power of the heavens and earth. They were the great emperors. The current him, including Zhan Wuhen and the others, were such a group of existences. And Wukong, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, had pushed open the door to the heaven-opening realm by himself, walking in front of everyone. Yang Kai even suspected that the flowing time great emperor had already reached the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, how could he have crushed the great demon god? In the past, I was ignorant and didn't know that there was a heavens beyond the universe. But now that I know that there are so many wonderful things outside the universe, how can this king not appreciate them? Although the star boundary is big, it is only a corner of the vast universe. It can't trap dragons like you and me. Yang Kai was flattered and repeatedly waved his hand. I don't dare to walk side by side with your highness. Wukong said. It's not that you don't dare, it's that you don't want to. He also knew that his reputation wasn't very good, so he sneered. This king pursues the martial Tao. The so-called secret arts are nothing more than methods. As long as they are useful, I don't care what methods they are. The others are just a bunch of old bastards, so this king doesn't care about them. But you, Junior, are a bit interesting. Your aptitude isn't the best, but you were able to become one of the great emperors at such a young age. I'm afraid your future is limitless. Although this king has now swallowed that Mo Sheng and has a higher cultivation level than you, in time, I really don't have the confidence to walk ahead of you. You also have times when you don't have confidence? Yang Kai was surprised. There are always monsters in this world. Wukong chuckled and pointed at him with a huge finger. You are one of them. I'll take that as a compliment. Yang Kai shrugged, thinking to himself that a proud and arrogant person like Wukong had probably never praised others before. I'll wait for you outside Qingquan. I hope we can meet again one day. As he spoke, Wukong stood up. His several hundred feet tall body blocked the sun above Yang Kai's head. Wait a minute. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and looked up at him, saying, What about the territory of the lower plains that you refined? Do you want to take it with you? I don't care about the others, But what about my Hung Luo star field? Wukong chuckled. I refined it before because I wanted to find a way out. Now that the way is under my feet, the territory of the lower plains is useless. This king has already handed it over to that old guy Duan Hongchen. You can ask him. That's good. Yang Kai was relieved. There was no need to ask Duan Hongchen for confirmation. Since Wukong said so, he probably wouldn't lie to him. Boy, work hard. Wukong bowed his head and smiled again. He immediately took a step forward. His body looked heavy and clumsy, but with each step he took, there seemed to be an invisible staircase in the void that allowed him to climb it. After a while, the huge figure disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai crossed his arms and watched him leave with a smile on his face. He's gone? Suddenly, Duan Hongchen's voice came from beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the great emperors of the star boundary, the two elders of the dragon race, Zhang Ruoxi, and even Xiao Xiao ran over. But at this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were sitting on Zhang Ruoxi's shoulder. Chapter 38-23. Let's go. Yang Kai responded and stretched out his hand to tease Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately climbed up his arm. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could actually transform into a giant like Tai Yu and wrestle with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Tai Yu had been beaten to the point of disintegration twice. Although his life was not in danger now, like many great emperors, he needed to recuperate and rest. He left in such a carefree manner. Duan Hongchen couldn't help laughing. It's good that he left. The great emperors of the flowery shadow breathed a sigh of relief and quietly glanced at Zhan Wuhen as they spoke. Zhan Wuhen stared coldly in the direction of Wukong's departure, a trace of murderous intent faintly visible in his eyes. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, 4 great emperors died at the hands of Wukong, and one of them, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, was Zhan Wuhen's best friend. So Zhan Wuhen hated Wukong to the bone, and hated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics even more. Among the Great Emperors, no one hated Wukong more than Zhan Wuhen. If possible, he would not mind fighting to the death with Wukong to avenge his dead friend. However, when the great demon god wreaked havoc, all the forces of the star boundary had gathered into a rope, so Zhan Wuhen could only put aside his personal grudges. Now the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. Moreover, Wukong had devoured Mo Sheng, so with Zhan Wuhen's current strength, there was nothing he could do to him. It's good that he left, it's good that he left. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but nod his head. All these years of sharing a body with Wukong, he had been stifled. Now that Wukong also had his own body, he could be considered to have completely gotten rid of Wukong. The only thing that annoyed him was that during the previous battle, Wukong had used his body to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, and devoured the great demon god's essence, chi and soul. Although this had brought him many benefits, it had also left behind some hidden dangers, so there were pros and cons. I don't know when we'll meet again, Yang Kai said casually as he teased Xiao Xiao. Perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again? The universe was vast and boundless. Even if he were to jump out of the shackles of the universe one day and go to the world outside of the universe, what were the chances of them meeting each other? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Everyone else also noticed this at this moment, and when they looked up, they saw a black dot rapidly falling from the sky, carrying with it a fierce aura. The black dot rapidly enlarged in everyone's field of vision, and soon became a giant several thousand meters tall. Who else could it be but Wukong, who had just left? Yang Kai put Xiao Xiao on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Wukong's expression was a little strange at this moment, but it was more dignified than anything else as he said, "You'd better come with me. I'm afraid that the star boundary is in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen's face sank. "Follow me and you'll know." Wukong didn't say much, turned around and flew out of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at each other and quickly conversed with their divine senses for a while before Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he was the first to follow. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Zhan Wuhen transmitted his voice, obviously still a little worried about Wukong's character, but he still followed. A dozen or so figures set off majestically towards the outside of heaven and earth. The higher they went, the more they felt an invisible resistance, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as if it wanted to push them back. It's a lot weaker. Emo Huang couldn't help but sigh. Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken? It should be, Zhang Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for so many years. How could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried, but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from this shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wukong suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful!" As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expressions suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. It came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. "Heh, we're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void. And when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled thunderous sound was actually the giant's snoring. And from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair. One that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. "What is this?" The great emperor's Huang couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless. But this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhang Wuhen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, He ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tianxing, you should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhang Wuhen frowned and asked, Miss Ruoxi, what is this? Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Wuhen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean? Zhang Wuhen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained. In the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent. How does the great demon god compare? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhang Wuhen's face sank when he heard this. The information Zhang Ruoxi knew undoubtedly came from Tianxing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. Don't. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhang Wuhen was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. They wander outside the universe all their lives in search of food. I'm afraid he came here to look for food. What do they want to eat? The dead universe world. The dead universe world? Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows. Yes, they have a very special talent called the divine technique. Even if they are very far away, they can smell the aura of a world that is about to die. Every time this happens, they will rush over and wait quietly. When the world dies, they will eat it. Chapter 38-24. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but Yang Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the one realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Zhang Ruoxi's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhang Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. That's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him, and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Mo Huang glared. Zhang Ruoxi said, the only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. The giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance, and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. Then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years, how much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, it would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhan Wuhen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. However, as Yang Kai approached, everyone's expressions changed. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly transmitted his voice. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai waved his hand at him. Taking advantage of the giant god spirit's breathing, he flew into the huge nostrils along with the strong airflow. The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon head flashed. A 2.5 feet long dragon body appeared. He grabbed a strand of hair from the nose and swung it to the meat wall at the side. He waved his huge fist, and under everyone's horrified gaze, he smashed it down fiercely. That punch hit the giant god spirit's nose, but the hearts of Zhan Wuhen and the others jumped violently. The great emperor's faces all turned pale, and their hearts almost jumped out. Wukong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've got guts!" His figure flickered, and he quickly escaped, flying thousands of miles away. Looking from afar, he still didn't feel safe, so he retreated a lot. Under that punch, the giant god spirit's nose twitched violently a few times, and he sneezed. The violent airflow blew Yang Kai away, and his 200 feet long body was out of control. He spun and disappeared without a trace. However, after receiving this blow, the giant god spirit showed no signs of waking up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. A moment later, Yang Kai turned back and looked at the sleeping giant god spirit. He rubbed his head a little puzzled. Last time, he had woken this guy up like this. Why didn't it work this time? Yang Kai, come back! Zhan Wuhen had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, Yang Kai's blow just now had no effect, otherwise, how could these people still be alive? And through that blow just now, he also intuitively experienced the terrifying power of this giant god spirit. No one could withstand Yang Kai's punch head-on, but the giant god spirit's soft flesh was attacked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable. Iron Blood Master, don't be impatient. Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear. Zhan Wuhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He asked in horror, what is he going to do? There was no need for anyone to answer. Yang Kai had already grasped the spear head, held it upside down, and smashed the huge blue dragon spear into the giant god spirit's bald head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the sound shook the surroundings. After receiving this blow, a small bump appeared on the giant god spirit's bald head, and his eyes that had been closed slowly opened, showing signs of waking up. Yang Kai held the spear and stood in front of his big face, constantly poking the other party's face with the blue dragon spear, shouting recklessly, "Wake up, wake up!" Ha 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 ha. Wukong, who was watching from a distance, let out an unconscious chuckle. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place. The sooner the better. But his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruoxi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face he shouted, "Ada, it's me." Ada's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched. Then he took Yang Kai in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "Ada recognizes you." It's me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. "Ha ha ha, Ada recognizes you." Ada laughed even more happily. "It's good that you recognize me." Yang Kai jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, "Why are you back? Didn't you leave already?" Ada was stunned for a moment. Then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. "I'm hungry." "Ada is hungry. Are you looking for food?" Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. "Ada is looking for food. You want to eat that?" Yang Kai pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Yang Kai could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. "Eat that." As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Yang Kai put on a straight face. "You can't eat that." Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Yang Kai say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, "Ada wants to eat." "You can't eat." "Ada wants to eat." Ada glared. "If I say you can't eat, you can't eat." "Ada wants to eat." Seeing Yang Kai quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ruoxi had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Zhang Ruoxi was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple. He was just like a child. Hualing Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knew him before? How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Yang Kai had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Yang Kai became acquainted with this giant god clan. And it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhan Wuhen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoxi. "Are you nervous? Since Yang Kai knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will." Chapter 38-25. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Yang Kai was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruoxi was nervous, But at this time, no one dared to intervene. Yang Kai knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. I can't get through to you. On the other side, Yang Kai and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened. But when he found that Yang Kai was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Yang Kai said helplessly, "Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore, do you understand?" Ada touched his stomach. "I'm hungry." Yang Kai couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. "You won't be hungry if there's food, right?" "Food." Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. "Just you wait." After leaving this sentence, Yang Kai turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, "It's a little troublesome." Zhang Wuhen said, "If he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him?" They all saw the exchange between Yang Kai and Ada just now, and they all knew what Yang Kai was planning. But where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Hongchen and said, "If we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchen." "Me?" Duan Hongchen was stunned. "Death Star." Yang Kai explained, "The last time I met him, I gave him some One Realm bead, and he liked it very much. I refined the One Realm bead, using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the One Realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted." Hearing Yang Kai's explanation, Duan Hongchen suddenly understood. Wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchen's body with the help of Duan Hongchen's body. And now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchen could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchen's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board, and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchen had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. "Give me more." Yang Kai took them. Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Yang Kai expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. "Open your mouth." Yang Kai flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhang Wuhen and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Yang Kai's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Yang Kai said, "Ada, we're friends, right?" "Friends." Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. He obviously didn't understand this word. "Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend." Yang Kai tempted him, and raised the black dragon spear again. "You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too." Ada thought seriously for a while and grinned. Friend. Yang Kai threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there. He pointed at the direction of the astral world. That's my home. And you're my friend, so that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head like a rattledrum. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well. Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Yang Kai was furious. Do you still want to eat? Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, Yes. That's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place. Yang Kai held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada, and said, Do you remember now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. Yes. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Yang Kai threw out the last chess piece in his hand, and clapped his hands. That's all. Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously he wasn't full. Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day. Oh. Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the flowing time temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out, so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down. But what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him, and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, If he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now. If we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhang Wuhen said in a deep voice. But this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruashi also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Emo Huang laughed and said, Restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky. The giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled. I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruashi. Ruashi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruashi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask. Yang Kai said and was about to leave, Zhang Wuhen raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongchen. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world's yuan qi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, That's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. Chapter 38-26. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle, and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchun had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundary's territory. Now in the 4 territories of the star boundary, all the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Yang Kai had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sects and families. Yang Kai cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan Sun returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xiaochen followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Shiqing launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Yang Kai. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xiaochen seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000. And this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time and were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the gigantic giant divine spirit was munching on food. Yang Kai had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Yang Kai had tried to get him to drink some wine before, But Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family's situation? This was the third time that Yang Kai had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Yang Kai was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the third time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ada chuckled and chewed nonstop. Don't just eat. At least think of something for me. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. Haha. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruashi said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Yang Kai also didn't see anything. Yang Kai reached out and held his forehead. Forget it, you count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Yang Kai's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Ada was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically, and did not look like he had spoken at all. Yang Kai almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's. There was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wen Zishan. Before the War of the Two Realms, Wen Zishan was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the Star Boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The Star Boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Wen Zishan's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire Star Boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the Star Boundary. When Yang Kai arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Yang Kai instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Yang Kai glanced over, and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhang Wuhen immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" The World Tree, I don't know anything else, Yang Kai replied. The World Tree. In the mountain hall, Zhan Wuhen frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchun and Emo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. I'll ask Ruoxi later. Maybe she knows something, Yang Kai said. Zhan Wuhen nodded. That's all we can do. However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Yang Kai went to inquire, he got nothing. This time, at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple qi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple bamboo peak, Gao Shueting's spirit peak. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Sister Gao, Junior brother has come to congratulate you. The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Yang Kai knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then he strode inside. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. Giving a gift. Yang Kai blinked. "Rumeng, why are you stopping me?" Yu Rumeng snorted, "Grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am from the bride's family. Can't I give a gift and the bride?" No. Yu Rumeng reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, "You are a female devil, why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time, I am here to broaden my horizons." Yu Rumeng did not let him go. "You will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time." While speaking, she called Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Aluo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yan said, "Husband, Senior Sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on." "You're rebelling." Kai Yang chuckled. Shanqing Luo said, "It is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood." Xia Ning Chong and Shui Yu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. Chapter 38-27. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Let me think about it carefully. I should be on my husband's side, so I should go to Temple Master 1. He turned around to leave. Yu Rumeng patted him on the shoulder. "You can go, but leave the congratulatory gifts behind." Yang Kai turned his head. "Whose side are you on?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "Today we sisters are from the bride's side." Yang Kai was speechless and could only leave behind the congratulatory gifts that he had prepared in advance before he could leave. Since he did not see the bride, he could only see the groom. The groom was on another spirit peak, which was not far away. Yang Kai arrived there in a few steps. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and the other disciples of the temple were waiting outside the door. Only Wen Zishan was in the room. Everyone was about to bow again, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see Wen Zishan sitting there, wearing a festive red robe with a big red ball on his chest. He had a worried look on his face as he sighed. His expression was anxious and nervous. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he quickly got up. The Void Master is here. Yang Kai walked in front of him and pressed him to sit down with him. He looked at him with interest. Temple Master Wen, are you not happy? Wen Zishan frowned and said with a strange expression, I'm quite happy. So you don't like it? Yang Kai asked again. Wen Zishan shook his head. We've been together for so many years, how could I not like it? If you like it, then why are you so worried? You're anxious. Sigh. Wen Zishan sighed, his old face a little red. After all, I raised her. I don't know if this is good or bad for her. Yang Kai smiled. I just went to Purple Bamboo Peak. Wen Zishan looked around nervously. How is it over there? Yang Kai touched his nose. I didn't see senior sister Gao. I was stopped by my wives, saying that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding. Ha ha ha. Wen Zishan laughed. He could almost imagine the scene at that time. Yang Kai continued. Although I didn't get to see senior sister Gao, I can feel that she is looking forward to it and is very happy. So Temple Master, you shouldn't look so sad. If she sees you, she will be sad. Wen Zishan said, but I'm worried. Our daily life is not like that of a married couple. If she finds out in the future that I'm not good enough, will she dislike me? A look of understanding suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. It turns out that Temple Master is worried about ruining her life, not her freedom. She chuckled and said, after being together for so many years, she knows better than anyone what is good and what is bad about the Temple Master. If she disliked you, she would have done so long ago. Why would she be so happy today? That's true. Wen Zishan nodded, but he was still a little worried. Besides, if Mo Sheng's plan had been successful, where would there be Star Boundary now? I'm afraid that you and I will also lose our lives. Crises always come so suddenly. Although the Star Boundary is still stable now, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, we will be tormented again. When that time comes, there will be many regrets left behind by the unfinished business. Wen Zishan smiled. You mean to say that we should enjoy life to the fullest? Yang Kai shrugged. Why not? Wen Zishan let out a long breath. As long as she doesn't dislike it. At this moment, Xia Sheng's voice came from outside the door. Temple Master, it's time to go welcome the bride. Got it, Wen Zishan replied. Yang Kai reached for a pot of wine on the table next to him and poured 2 cups. He took one for himself and handed the other to Wen Zishan. Temple Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the banquet later. I wish the two of you respect each other, love, and harmony in the future. After all, his current status was somewhat different. Although he wanted to join in the fun, if he really did, he was afraid that such a happy occasion would become awkward. So he might as well not show his face. The congratulatory gifts had already been sent to Gao Shueting, and Wen Zishan had also met with him. So it was enough. Wen Zishan drank the wine in his cup and put it down heavily. I'm going. He turned around and walked forward. Even if there were thousands of people, the wedding procession was lively and huge, and they walked all the way to Purple Bamboo Peak. Yang Kai flew into the void where Duan Hongchen, Zhan Wuhen, and Mo Huang, and Hualing Long were hiding and looking down. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, where are the others? They're all recuperating, Duan Hongchen replied. Although they won the battle with the great demon god, almost all of the top forces of the Star Boundary were seriously injured. After the battle, they were busy stabilizing the Star Boundary and dealing with some miscellaneous matters. It was not until recently that they had time to return to their residences to recuperate. It was unknown when they would be able to come out of seclusion after this recuperation. Duan Hongchen and the others were also injured. After today's wedding, they should all go into seclusion. It was conceivable that there would be no great emperors in the Star Boundary for the next hundreds, or even thousands of years. However, although the great emperors did not come, they sent congratulatory gifts. Wen Zishan did not have such great influence, but Duan Hongchen did. Gao Shueting was brought up by Wen Zishan, and Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchen. The relationship between them was like that of father and son. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, after today, I'm afraid the Star Boundary will be in your care. Among all the great emperors, Yang Kai was the only one who was completely fine. After refining the immortal tree, although he was seriously injured in the battle with the great demon god, the immortal tree's essence had a strong recovery ability. After a few months, he had already recovered to his original state. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that even though he had refined the immortal tree, he hadn't really obtained an immortal and indestructible body. The legends about the immortal tree were exaggerated. If he let it shatter a few more times, Yang Kai was afraid that he would really die. In other words, the immortal tree's essence was limited. It was impossible for it to protect him endlessly. Everyone, don't worry. Duan Hongchen sighed heavily and looked down at the wedding procession with a depressed expression. Yang Kai was stunned. What's wrong with Master Hongchen? Duan Hongchen said bitterly. If I had known, I would have picked up a girl and raised her. Yang Kai was speechless. Purple Bamboo Peak was very lively. The wedding procession went through many difficulties and finally brought the bride out. After sending her into the bridal sedan chair, they went all the way to the main hall of Azure Sun Temple. Seeing this, Duan Hongchen straightened his clothes and said, "This old man is going." Today was Wen Zishan's wedding, so as a senior, he naturally had to appear and accept the kneeling ceremony. For this, he specially dressed up. Compared to his usual sloppy and casual appearance, he looked brand new. As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow and flew down. Zhang Wuhen said, "Yang Kai, we will also go back first. I'll leave the matters of the star boundary to you. If there is anything we can help with, don't hesitate to come to us." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said solemnly, "See you later." With a sway of their bodies, the great emperors disappeared one by one. Down below, Yang Kai saw a group of figures rushing over. Looking down, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. These people were none other than his wives, led by Yu Ru Meng, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. They looked at each other silently and turned their heads to look down. At this moment, the wedding procession had brought the bride to the main hall. Li Wuyi's voice sounded. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding ceremony was the #1 person under the great emperors. He was also dressed in fiery red and was extremely festive. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the seniors, and then the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was completed, and they were sent to the bridal chamber. The entire Azure Sun Temple was in an uproar as the wedding banquet began. Many guests toasted each other and toasted each other. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Shanqing Luo was actually sobbing softly. While crying, she was also looking towards him. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful eyes also seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Yang Kai was shocked and was about to ask when he saw the women around him looking at him like Shanqing Luo. Xia Ningchang also pursed her red lips, her face full of expectation. Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. Stretching out his arms, he hugged all of them in his arms. "How about we also get married?" As soon as this remark came out, the women's eyes showed obvious signs of interest. They had been getting along like this before, so they didn't feel anything. But seeing others perform the 3 bows with their own eyes, they couldn't help but yearn. Although she was tempted, Yu Ru Meng snorted and said, "Don't give me that." Yang Kai was stunned. "Ru Meng, you don't want to marry me?" Yu Ru Meng looked at him coldly. "We sisters are naturally willing to marry you. But have you ever thought about what will happen to the others?" "What others? What others?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Su Yan faintly said, "Senior sister Ji Yao." Yang Kai suddenly blushed. Shanqing Luo squinted and continued, "That girl Imo Xiaoqi." Yang Kai coughed softly. "And Miss Ruoxi." Yang Kai scratched his head. Yu Ru Meng poked his chest with a slender jade finger. "Yang Kai, you're really amazing." Yang Kai was poked by her and stepped back, laughing dryly. "It's fine if you talk about Ji Yao, but Xiaoqi and Ruoxi have nothing." "Good, then we'll just talk about Ji Yao." Yu Ru Meng sneered softly. "If you marry us, won't Ji Yao be sad? Do you have the confidence to get her involved?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, but he really didn't have the confidence. His relationship with Ji Yao was a bit secretive, but Ji Yao had never asked for anything. Su Yan said, "Let's wait for husband to persuade senior sister Ji Yao before we handle this matter. That may take a long time." Su Yan smiled. It's been so many years anyway, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai sighed. With you all, I'm satisfied in this life. His heartfelt sincerity seemed to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world, and the faces of all the women were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Yu Meng was exasperated. Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him. Ugh, you bastard. Chapter 38-28. High Heaven Palace. On the main peak of High Heaven Peak, in a wing room, bodies were strewn all over the bed. Yang Kai struggled to pull his arms out of the bed, put on a set of clothes, and went to the window. Opening the window, he was greeted by a fresh breath of air. It had rained last night, so after the rain, High Heaven Peak was shrouded in clouds, and the distant pavilions were faintly discernible. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a warm and tender body immediately pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, How long will you be in seclusion this time? It shouldn't be long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave on the day I come out. Su Yan's body trembled slightly. Don't worry, I'll be back. Yang Kai turned around and took her into his arms. And we'll wait for you. Su Yan nodded. I'm really reluctant to part with you. Yang Kai kissed her forehead. Throughout his life, there had been many separations and reunions. He thought he had completely settled down and would no longer run around. But in the end, it was still like this. However, for the sake of the star boundary, he had to do this. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai went to ask Zhang Ruoxi about the World Tree. But Zhang Ruoxi had never heard of it. Although she had inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, it was only an inheritance and not comprehensive. Perhaps Tian Xing himself knew about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi's memories were fragmented, so she didn't know anything about it. Although she didn't know, it still pointed him in a direction. In the world outside Qingquan, there is a huge force that controls a place called Star City. As long as you have enough resources, you can buy anything you want. Going to Star City, you might be able to find information about the World Tree. The star boundary was now in a dilapidated state. Although countless creatures from the lower star fields have been transferred here to restore their vitality and store spiritual energy, no one could say for sure whether it would be effective or not. Even if it was effective, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. The giant divine spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously and could eat it at any time. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely obedient. Therefore, in addition to self-cultivation in the star boundary, he had to find a way to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. The World Tree was the only clue he had now. In addition, he also wanted to jump out of the universe's shackles and see the outside world. A wounded great demonic god had almost destroyed the entire star boundary. If another powerful character were to appear next time, what could the star boundary use to resist? Only self-improvement was the best way out. How could they hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? This was obviously unrealistic. Outside of the universe, there was a higher level of martial arts and a stronger power. Regardless of whether it was his own desire or the situation, leaving the star boundary and heading to that more exciting world was imperative. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. However, before that, he still had to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. The most important thing was to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained from the final battle. Yang Kai's current realm could be considered to have reached the limit of the Emperor realm. With the support of the universe's star boundary, he could reach the level of the great emperors. However, as the great demon god had said, the great emperors were not a higher realm. The realm above the emperor realm was the heaven-opening realm. Jumping out of the shackles of the universe, forming a world of its own within one's body, and splitting the heavens and earth was the so-called heaven-opening realm. In the heaven-opening realm, even without the support of the universe's world, one could display a strength stronger than that of the great emperors. This was a strength that belonged to oneself, not the blessing of the world. Yang Kai had experienced the feeling of splitting the heavens and earth. When he swallowed the worldly source liquid, he felt as if the world had just been born. This kind of feeling was extremely rare. Unless one really experienced the birth of a world, they would not be able to experience it. The world outside the universe was indeed vast, but the birth of a new world was also extremely harsh. The worldly origin liquid would only appear when the world was born. As the world grew, the worldly origin liquid would gradually disappear, even if it had been born before. It was all thanks to the mysterious sky palace that the celestial boundaries worldly source liquid had been preserved. If it weren't for the fact that the worldly source liquid had been preserved in the mysterious sky palace, the worldly source liquid would have ceased to exist. However, experiencing the feeling of splitting open the heavens and earth didn't have much meaning for the current Yang Kai. This kind of experience would only bring him many benefits when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm. And right now, he didn't know how far he was from that breakthrough. According to Zhang Ruoxi, in order to reach the heaven-opening realm, one needed to gather the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements. This was because any world was derived from the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Only by gathering all these forces could one hope to split the heavens and earth in one's body, and completely break free from the shackles of the universe. The process from the limit of the Emperor realm to the heaven-opening realm was a long process of accumulation, and no one was an exception. Moreover, the more solid one's accumulation during this process, the more powerful one would be after breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. As such, even if they were both at the heaven-opening realm, the difference in strength between them would sometimes be extremely great. In the world outside the cosmos, perhaps a battle between 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators could be decided in a single move or 2. This was not particularly strange. The accumulation of the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements was mainly based on one's own Dao seal. The existence of a Dao seal was the biggest symbol to distinguish between ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm and those who had a chance of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. In the entire star boundary, only the great emperors had Dao seals. Others, such as Li Wuyi, did not have their own Dao seals. Only with a Dao seal could one have the qualifications to comprehend the Dao and have the right to glimpse the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation, so if Yang Kai did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, his demonic qi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic qi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Dao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Dao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon god saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree, and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god, and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle, and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star and Hung Luo Star Field, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, which also required him to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. At that time, he had a small piece of sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Tao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Now it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Tao seal, all his strength would be melted into it. So no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards. But before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path. But now at least he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the yin, yang, and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. But once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. For example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the wood element tempering art first. So the next step would be to condense the fire element tempering art. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and only wood gave birth to fire, it was not impossible to condense the other 5 elements tempering art, but it would yield twice the result with half the effort. If Yang Kai chose to condense the metal tempering art, it might even affect the stability of the Tao seal, because metal restrained wood. However, this was something that needed to be considered in the future. Yang Kai did not have any materials to condense the other 5 elements tempering art. Since he knew the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm, he would do his best to choose the best path of advancement and become the strongest person to open the heavens. With a rumble, the door closed, the dragon-suppressing stone fell, and many barriers were opened. Yang Kai walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. From today onwards, he would enter secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years or even decades, or even centuries, this would be his retreat. The matters outside had been arranged properly. Although the great emperors and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were in secluded cultivation, and Taiyu was also recuperating, the star boundary was not without forces to guard it. Zhang Ruoxi was in a semi-secluded state and could be summoned at any time, while Yu Rumeng was in charge of the star boundary. With her around, as long as a master on the level of the great demon god did not come to the star boundary, there should be no problem. Moreover, the task of comforting Ada was also given to her. Before Duan Hongchun entered secluded cultivation, he deliberately left behind a lot of refined dead stars for Yang Kai. Yang Kai passed them all to Yu Rumeng, instructing her to send some food to Ada every once in a while, lest he forget his agreement with him due to starvation. After the world-destroying war, the entire star boundary suddenly fell silent. Many masters pursued their own paths to become stronger, and countless creatures began to reproduce in the star boundary. In a flash, 50 years passed. Chapter 38-29. Inside his secluded retreat, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Decades of boring seclusion had not changed him much. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, they were the same as they were 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had been completely condensed into his Tao seal. Looking inside, Yang Kai could see that his Tao seal was now covered in a layer of green light, brimming with vitality and boundless vitality. The wood attribute power was rich and pure, something rarely seen in the world. Even though Yang Kai had not seen other people condense wood attribute power, he knew that his current situation was incomparable to others. Zhang Ruoxi was right. The immortal tree was indeed one of the best choices for condensing wood attribute power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, it was almost impossible to find a better choice. This time's refinement gave Kai Yang the illusion that he had eaten a huge amount of food and become a fatty. However, there were also some drawbacks to this. Before this, Yang Kai had a feeling that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite, and it was impossible for it to truly make him immortal. After refining the immortal tree, at most, he could shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times before the power of the immortal tree would be exhausted. However, these few chances were not to be underestimated. Even in the outside world, precious treasures that could bring someone back from the dead were extremely rare, almost only existing in legends. From this, one could see just how powerful the immortal tree was. But now, this chance to shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times was gone. Because the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Dao seal, it was no longer contained in his flesh and bones. In other words, if he were to be smashed to pieces by a master like Great Demon God again like last time, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. At the very least, he didn't need to worry about being seen through at a glance. Last time, half of his head had been shattered by the Great Demon God, but he had immediately recovered. The Great Demon God had immediately realized that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, during the battle, he had torn off a large portion of his flesh and swallowed it whole, allowing the Great Demon God's injuries to be somewhat contained. If he was injured again in the future, he wouldn't have to expose this, and he would also avoid the fate of being coveted by others. He was one of the great emperors of the void in the star boundary, and was almost invincible. But outside the universe, there were still heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle that an ordinary man was innocent, and if he accidentally exposed that he had once refined the immortal tree, it was possible that he would be taken back as a human flesh heavenly treasure to be refined. And this time, after the Dao seal had condensed the essence of the immortal tree, although he had lost the opportunity to resurrect, his recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his dragon race physique, ordinary injuries were nothing to him. His current realm was a bit strange. It was above the Emperor realm, but he hadn't yet reached the heaven-opening realm. He was only on the path to breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. Zhang Ruoxi hadn't mentioned how to define a cultivator at this level, and it was likely that the world outside the universe didn't have such a conclusion. However, Zhang Ruoxi had said that any 5 of the 7 source forces, yin and yang, or 5 elements, could be called a half-step into the heaven-opening realm. The small worlds in these people's bodies had already taken shape, and only 2 more were left before they could split open the heavens and earth. The power they could display was definitely not something a person like him, who was just learning how to walk, could compare to. But in any case, the name of one's realm was just a title. The strength one could display was the foundation of a cultivator. Looking back now, the flowing time Great Emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to the heaven-opening realm. Perhaps he had already condensed 1, 2, or even more of the yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly killed his way into the demon territory and perished together with the great emperors? Wu Kuang, on the other hand, had been slightly weaker than the flowing time Great Emperor when he had been at his peak. He had vaguely sensed the shackles of the heaven-opening realm, but he had not been able to enter it. This did not mean that Wu Kuang was truly inferior to the flowing time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because of the era or other reasons that he had not been able to do what the flowing time Great Emperor had done back then. However, Yang Kai only reminisced about the past. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. The key was to focus on himself. Waving his hand, Yang Kai opened the dragon-suppressing stone with a rumble. Bright light shone into the chamber that had been dark for several dozen years, and he stepped out. Sweeping the star boundary with his divine sense, Yang Kai imprinted everything in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He had thought that after 50 years, there would at least be some changes in the star boundary. After all, after the Great War, so many creatures had been transferred from the lower star territory to this place, and the many masters of the star boundary had worked together to create a suitable environment for these people to live in. But now, it seemed that not only did the star boundary show no signs of improvement, it had even deteriorated a little compared to before he entered seclusion. The huge cracks in the sky were like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. From time to time, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy would erupt, causing great damage to the environment of the star boundary. The vitality of the star boundary still existed, but it was not exuberant, and it was still slowly moving towards destruction. Yang Kai sighed slightly, becoming more and more determined to leave the star boundary. If he didn't go out and look for a way out, he could only wait for death here. A figure flashed, and Yu Rumeng suddenly appeared in front of him and called out softly, "Husband!" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take her into his arms, gently hugging her and smelling the fragrance of her hair. His depressed mood dissipated, leaving behind a warm peace. Yu Rumeng didn't speak, and just quietly leaned against him, enjoying a moment of tenderness. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all in seclusion. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone else could enter seclusion, but Yu Rumeng couldn't because she was the only high-end fighting force left in the star boundary that was still intact. She needed to be constantly vigilant against the invasion of foreign enemies and pay attention to the changes in the star boundary. "Are you leaving?" Yu Rumeng's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently. Before entering seclusion, he had informed his women, so Yu Rumeng wasn't surprised at all. "Hubby, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Perhaps we sisters will also head to the world outside the universe to look for you. If you're thinking of harboring your mistresses, you must hide them well. Otherwise, if you're discovered by us, we'll definitely fry those canaries." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her face. "With you around, how can those vulgar women outside enter my eyes?" "That's hard to say." Yu Rumeng curled her lips and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's waist, hugging him tightly, and said reluctantly, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I will come back." Every time they parted, there would be a lot of sadness. Yang Kai was afraid that if he really saw them, he would be reluctant to leave. "You are really cruel." Yu Rumeng raised her finger and poked Yang Kai's chest. After a while, her figure floated back and she said with a smile, "Go, don't look back. If you dare to look back, I will cry in front of you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and quickly said, "Take care of yourself and wait for me to come back." Turning around, he stepped forward, and after a few steps, his figure turned into a small black dot. An invisible divine sense spread out and swept across the entire star boundary. In the next moment, all over the star boundary, in the places where the great emperors were in seclusion, pairs of eyes opened, stared towards the direction of the sky, and cupped their hands together. In the High Heaven Palace, in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao was lying on the steps in front of the temple, basking in the sun. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, he sat up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he was overjoyed and was about to fly out. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" His body suddenly froze in place. Yang Xiao turned his head with difficulty and saw Yang Shui standing not far behind him, forming a seal with one hand and a mysterious force spreading out from her body. "Little auntie, why did you stop me?" Yang Xiao blinked innocently. Yang Shui smiled sweetly. "Where do you want to go?" "I'm bored, so I'm going out for a stroll," Yang Xiao replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yang Shui looked up at the sky and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. "Why do I feel like you want to go find my big brother?" "Adoptive father?" Yang Xiao looked around and asked blankly. "Where is my adoptive father? Isn't he in seclusion? Did he come out?" "Stop pretending," Yang Shui coldly snorted. "You've been coming here to stare blankly for the past 10 years, so I knew you must be up to no good. It turns out you were planning something like this. I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible." Yang Xiao felt even more innocent. "Little auntie, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Yang Shui smiled. "You don't understand, do you? Then it seems that I've been too lenient with you. I'd better find someone else to tell you something you can understand." Lu Yan's figure suddenly flashed behind him. The crystal-clear girl had long red hair, and a cluster of flames was quietly burning on her fingertips. From time to time, it turned into a small phoenix. Yang Zhao's expression changed. Looking at Lu Yan, who was walking towards him step by step, He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Big auntie, let's talk nicely. Let's not fight if we can. Do you want to find master?" Lu Yan walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. No. The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this? I want to go too, Lu Yan said. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up, as if he had found a confidant. Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him. We can't go. Lu Yan shook her head and moved slowly. Why? Yang Xiao stared at her. We'll be a burden to him. Yang Xiao sneered and said, Big Auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father, right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call. His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. Chapter 38:30. Qiongqi walked out from behind and sighed. Young master, don't waste your time. The world outside the universe is really too dangerous. It won't be too late to make plans when you can cultivate to the same level as old master. Yang Zhao's face turned ashen. How long will that take? The more he cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to improve his strength. If he wanted to reach the level of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of accumulation. Yang Kai was born with a monkey's temperament and liked to move rather than be quiet. So how could he wait? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Yang Shui coldly snorted, stretched out her jade-white hand, and grabbed Yang Zhao's ear. As Yang Xiao begged for mercy and pain, he was dragged into the flowing time temple. The temple door slammed shut, and all the barriers were activated. It was unknown when it would open again. Sir. In the void, Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly, just like when they first met. The passage of the flowing time great emperor had not left any mark on her. How's your family? Yang Kai asked. Thanks to Sir's blessings, they are all fine, Zhang Ruoxi replied. She walked out of the blood door and immediately threw herself into the life and death battle with great demon god. After that, she busied herself with Yang Kai until 50 years ago, when Yang Kai went into secluded retreat. Only then did she have time to reunite with her family. The Zhang family outside Maplewood City was not a big family. The strongest master in the family was only a third-order origin king, and they did not even have a Dao Source Realm master. Such strength could not play any role in the Battle of Two Worlds, so Yang Kai had taken them into the sealed world bead long ago, so they could be perfectly preserved. Today, the Zhang family had settled down in High Heaven Palace, and all the juniors of the family, who were of suitable age, had joined the High Heaven Palace. Over the past 50 years, Zhang Ruoxi had spent time with her family while healing. The Blood Gate had been opened, and the Tianqing Palace was now under the control of the Luanfeng and the others. All the spiritual beasts in the world who had the ancient divine spirit bloodline could enter the Blood Gate and enter the Tianqing Palace to seek the glory of their ancestors. Zhang Ruoxi also finished dealing with all the matters at hand. This time, she and Yang Kai were the only ones who could go out of Qingkuan. The others either didn't have the strength, or were still recuperating and couldn't move. That's good. Yang Kai nodded and said, Go to Ada and wait for me for a while. I still have something to deal with. I will come to you in a few months or 3 to 5 years. All right. Zhang Ruoxi nodded, turned around and flew off. In the void, Yang Kai took a moment to determine the direction, then turned into a stream of light and sped away. The void was lonely, and the journey was long. Being alone, it was not boring to comprehend in peace. After a month, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. Even with his current strength, it took him a long time to fly, so one could imagine how far away this place was from the star boundary. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai saw a vast and boundless universe. Yang Kai gently nodded, deciding that this place was fine. He raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. With a thought, the small bead transformed into a behemoth that filled the void. On this trip to Qianquan, life or death was uncertain, and the road ahead was unknown. It was very likely that he would encounter some unimaginable dangers. In the third territory of the sealed world bead, there were still tens of millions of demon race. It was not suitable to take it with him. If he was in danger, those tens of millions of demon race would be buried with him. As such, before he left, Yang Kai still had to separate the third territory from the others. If it was before, he might not have had any clue, but now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had the experience of separating the second territory, this matter was not completely impossible. The small sealed world used to have 3 territories. The first territory was owned by the small sealed world itself. The second territory was formed by swallowing several cultivation stars in the lower star territory, and the third territory was formed by swallowing the demon race's territory. It could be considered the second demon race's territory. Before the second Battle of Worlds, Yang Kai went to the lower star territory and separated the second territory from the small sealed world, spending a lot of effort and energy. Now that he was repeating the same trick, Yang Kai thought it would not be too difficult, but when he really got started, he realized that something was wrong. The area of the third territory was too large. After all, it had swallowed the entire demon race's territory, so it was many times larger than the small sealed world's territory, causing the small sealed world to be unable to distinguish between its primary and secondary. Yang Kai had worked hard for several days, but he still did not succeed. He had expected this situation earlier, but he was not sure. Now that he saw that it was true, Yang Kai could only change his plan. With a thought, the embodiment stood in the void of the small sealed world, demonic chi tumbling all over its body as it formed a series of hand seals and spread its consciousness to every corner of the third territory. The sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact, and the embodiment was formed when a wisp of Yang Kai's consciousness entered the body of the stone mongoose. Although it now had its own thoughts, it could still be regarded as his doppelganger. If the main body could control the small sealed world, so could the embodiment. Using his consciousness to wrap the entire small sealed world in the third territory, and with Yang Kai's help, the entire world buzzed. Somewhere in the third territory, in a huge city, 2 figures flew up into the sky. They were Bei Liemo and Chang Tian. Previously, Zheng Wuhen made the decision to spare the remnants of the demon race, but the condition was that no one from the demon race would ever set foot in the star boundary again. Yu Rumeng's relationship with Yang Kai was extraordinary, so she was not included, so she could stay in the High Heaven Palace. However, Bei Liemo and Chang Tian could only stay in the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, although Bei Liemo's injuries had not fully healed, they were much better. Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked much older, with faint signs of aging. At this moment, sensing the great changes in the world, they could not help but fly over to investigate. Seeing the embodiment, Bei Liemo hurriedly asked, "Has it started?" She and Chang Tian also knew about Yang Kai's plan, but they did not expect that it would take so long before Yang Kai started. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. "Is it going well?" Chang Tian asked, seemingly seeing some clues from the embodiment's state. The embodiment said, "If there is anything I need you to, I will let you know. Anytime." Chang Tian cupped his fists and no longer said anything, flying to the side with Bei Liemo to watch. The rumbling sound was endless, as if the whole world was being pulled by some kind of force. As a demon saint in the demon territory, Bei Liemo was extremely sensitive to the changes in the world. After a while, she turned her head in shock and looked in a certain direction. Over there she clearly felt that the world was being separated. If the world was a pancake, then at this moment, there was a huge force dividing this pancake into 2, one big, one small. The big piece was the territory of the demon territory, while the small piece was the first territory of the small sealed world. The huge movement lasted for an unknown period of time, although the embodiment's strength was not high, only at the level of a half-saint, as Yongkai's avatar. He could be regarded as the master of this small sealed world. There were many conveniences in this small sealed world, and he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he could replenish the strength he consumed at any time, no matter how long it took. After a full 2 months, the huge humming sound gradually disappeared. The embodiment swayed and fell from the sky as if he was drunk. Although he was not panting, his eyes were full of fatigue. Obviously, the casting of the technique this time had put him under a lot of pressure. In the void, Yongkai stretched out his hand and summoned a simple and unremarkable bead into his palm. He played with it gently as he looked up at the huge rolling monster in the sky, a trace of tiredness flashing in his eyes. The first territory and the third territory had been completely separated. It was not that the third territory was separated from the small sealed world, but that Yongkai had separated the original territory of the small sealed world from it. There was a difference between the two. If the former was successful, it would not have much impact on the small sealed world, and it would still have the ability to swallow and fuse with it. However, Yongkai had tried before and failed, so he could only choose the latter method. As a result, the sealed world bead returned to its original form as the sealed world bead, losing its ability to swallow and fuse with other things. The rolling monster was now in the demon territory, and even the embodiment was restricted in it. The rolling monster was inadvertently created by the embodiment when he used the sealed world bead to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. It had no thoughts, only an instinct to swallow. If the embodiment did not stay behind to guard it, who knew where it would run off to? If it were to wander in this vast universe, it would most likely attract the greed of other great masters. At that time, not only would the future of the demon territory be worrying, even the tens of millions of demon race living in it would be out of their control. In desperation, Yongkai could only let the embodiment stay behind to guard the demon territory. However, although this would restrict the embodiment, it also had huge benefits. The embodiment now controlled the new demon territory, and in this demon territory, it was the master. Even Bei Liemo and Chang Tian could not go against its will. This demon territory was new, and it was equivalent to splitting open the heavens and earth again. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might be able to take the path that Wukong wanted to take before, and use another method to enter the heaven-opening realm. Wukong had previously used the ancestral territory as its core to swallow and fuse with the territory of the lower planes. It wanted to use this method to pry into the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. After all, the opportunity to accompany the growth of a world was too rare. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its rolling had an instinctive devouring power. Previously, when it turned into the sealed world bead and was kept by Yongkai, it was not outstanding. Now that it was released, it was constantly devouring the power of the vast star field. It could be imagined that the growth period of this new demon territory would not be too long. It could even be said that in the long run, this new demon territory might grow into a world of a higher level than the original demon territory. It was just that Yongkai had never seen such a rolling Qianquan world that was like a big-bellied fish. Did he accidentally create something? In the past, he did not know what the star field looked like. Later, when he looked at it from afar, he realized that the star field was not a sphere like he had imagined, but a half-moon-shaped world. Since there was a half-moon-shaped world like the star field in this Qianquan, then it was not so inconceivable that there would be a big-bellied fish like Qianquan, right? I have something to do recently. I have to go out for a few days. Chapter 38-31. In the void, the huge giant god spirit sat cross-legged, like a mountain, his big hand touching his belly, his face full of worry. His two sun-like eyes stared at the small figure in front of him, full of longing. Zhang Ruoxi's scalp tingled under his stare. Although she knew that the giant god spirit clan was naturally kind and did not like to fight, facing such a powerful existence that could kill her at any time, she did not have much sense of security. She came here to wait according to Yang Kai's instructions. She waited for half a year, but until now, Yang Kai still did not appear. The giant god spirit, on the other hand, woke up from a deep sleep with a hungry expression. She also knew that the giant god spirit clan would always look hungry unless they were eating or sleeping. This was their nature, and no one could change it. But such a big guy showed a hungry expression while touching his belly and staring at her. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure coming. Zhang Ruo, she was shocked and looked over. After a while she said with joy, "Sir is here." These words were said to the giant god spirit Ada. Ada did not react. He did not know what this so-called sir was, but he still stared at her. But after a while, Ada suddenly showed a happy expression and turned his head in the direction Zhang Ruo she was looking. He obviously felt something too. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air not far from the giant god spirit. He glanced at Zhang Ruo and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Ada and smiled. "Hungry?" Ada nodded repeatedly. "Hungry?" Yang Kai said, "Open your mouth." Ada obeyed obediently. "Ah." He opened his mouth wide, and a few refined chess pieces flew into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth in satisfaction and start chewing. Yang Kai shouted, "Ada, I'm going on a long trip. I don't know when I'll be back." Ada squinted his eyes and ate, enjoying the food, and responded vaguely. "We're friends, right?" Yang Kai asked again. Ada didn't respond. When he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Yang Kai again, he said, "We're friends." Friend. Ada nodded. "Since we're friends, you have to help me take care of my home when I go out. You can't eat my home. If you eat it, I'll be homeless." Hearing that, Ada couldn't help but frown, as if he was in a dilemma. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If you really want to eat it, that's fine. But you have to wait for me to come back. When I'm not around, you can't eat it." Ada nodded happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He casually threw a few more pieces over, and the sound of chess pieces clanging rang out again. Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world again, Yang Kai took a deep breath and called out to Zhang Ruo, "Let's go." Although he was very reluctant and wanted to go back and take a look, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If everything went well, he could return home as soon as possible and save the star boundary. If things didn't go well, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way. There would always be a chance to meet again in the future. Although the giant god spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move before the entire star boundary was destroyed. And this period would take at least 1,000 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the world tree in such a long time. Moreover, there was another advantage for Ada to guard this place. At the very least, the strength of the giant god spirit clan could deter some small fries. Even if some great masters accidentally passed by here, with Ada guarding, they wouldn't easily come forward. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the safety of the star boundary. The two continued forward as a pair. Ruoshi was in a very good mood. Although she didn't say much along the way, she was always smiling. Thinking back to when she followed Sir out of the Zhang family in Maplewood City, she was almost powerless in the face of all kinds of dangers. It was always Sir who protected her. She never thought that one day she would be able to keep abreast of Sir and solve his problems. At that time, her greatest wish was to be able to help Sir somehow. She had entered the Blood Door retreat for decades, but now, she finally had the qualifications to do so. "Tell me about the things outside the universe," Yang Kai suddenly said. Outside the universe, his future was uncertain, so naturally, the more information he could gather, the better. Zhang Ruo looked serious and replied, "My ancestors' memories are incomplete, so I don't know everything. It's better than me being completely clueless. Just tell me what you know." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Zhang Ruo immediately began speaking casually, telling him everything she knew without reservation. The star boundary was a world of its own. There were countless existences like the star boundary in the entire universe. These worlds were the so-called inside the universe, and outside these worlds was the so-called outside of the universe. Outside of the universe was the vast universe, boundless and limitless. In this vast universe, various forces, big and small, were mixed together. Each of them occupied a large or small territory and were in conflict with each other. Overall, it was a mess. Generally speaking, it was not much different from the original situation in the star boundary. It was just that the existences outside the universe had grasped more power. Those who could mingle outside the universe were all experts who had condensed their own Tao seals. In other words, they were basically at the level of great emperors. Yang Kai secretly sneered when he heard this. Wouldn't he be the weakest existence outside of the universe? If he really encountered a heaven-opening realm master outside of the universe, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Although the great demon god was also at the heaven-opening realm at that time, he had just been reborn, and the battlefield was in the star boundary. With the support of the entire universe, Yang Kai and the other great emperors could display strength far beyond their own. Now that he no longer had the support of the star boundary and could only rely on his own strength, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to withstand a few punches and kicks from a heaven-opening realm master. In the vast universe, many treasured lands have been occupied by some powerful forces in the territory that have been developed. These treasured lands were divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves, according to the resources and environment they produced. The forces that occupied these treasured lands were all extremely powerful existences, and the leaders of these forces were all heaven-opening realm masters, or even stronger. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, feeling like a new door was slowly opening in front of him. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and said, "These treasured lands are all famous, so strength is important outside of the universe. But it would be even better if you could have a territory of your own. My ancestors seem to have come from a place called Langya Blessed Land." Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. "So if possible, you want to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect?" Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, "My ancestor is my ancestor, and I am me. What's more, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. So whether others recognize it or not is another matter. Besides, no one knows where Langya Blessed Land is now. Most of the heavenly caves and blessed lands outside of the universe are not fixed, and there are no specific directions. Unless one's luck is particularly good, it will be very difficult to find one. Speaking of which," she blushed and glanced at Yang Kai. "I still want to be with Sir." Yang Kai reached out and patted her little head and smiled. "If there is a chance, and the other party is willing to accept you, and if they are not bad, you should acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect. You said it yourself. It is better to have a force of your own outside of the universe." Zhang Ruoxi pouted and changed the topic. "But if Sir wants to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, perhaps you can go to a place called Golden Spirit Blessed Land." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, "Sir should now know that if you want to break through to the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Sir first chose to condense the power of the wood element, from which wood produces fire. Next is the power of the fire element. Fire produces earth produces metal, and after the earth element is the metal element. Sir has just entered the universe, so it will not be easy for you to find a suitable metal element treasure. However, Golden Spirit Blessed Land has ready-made sharp metal yuan sha. As long as you can afford it, you can enter and condense the power of the metal element." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Is this Golden Spirit Blessed Land a place for business? Why does it feel like it's making things easier? Zhang Ruoxi smiled. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Most of them only allow their own people to enter and leave. But this Golden Spirit Blessed Land is an exception. You can say that it's a place for business. Moreover, the quality of the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land is not low. If you use it to condense the power of the 5 elements to break through to the heaven-opening realm, as long as your other powers can keep up, your achievement won't be lower than the 5th grade. Yang Kai nodded. Fifth grade is indeed not low. The heaven-opening realm was not divided into first order, second order, and third order like in the Emperor realm. There was no division into levels, but there were different grades. There was a total of 9 grades, with the first grade being the lower grade, and the 9th grade being the higher grade. The power of the 5 elements derived from it was also divided into 9 grades. For example, Yonkai's immortal tree was a 9th grade material that condensed the power of the wood element. Its value was so high that even outside the universe, it was enough to make the great masters covet it. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land was at least a 5th grade material. The choice of materials for condensing the power of the 5 elements was crucial to the heaven-opening realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the heaven-opening realm, the grade would be determined according to the materials chosen during the condensing of the 5 elements. However, although the grade was basically fixed, it was not impossible for it to be improved. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve one's heaven-opening realm grade. Although the Golden Antelope Blessed Land had opened its doors wide, it was not without a price to pay to enter. Only those who could afford it would be allowed in. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, it did not matter if you had successfully condensed your qi or not. You would be thrown out. Relying on this sharp metal yuan sha, Golden Spirit Blessed Land made a lot of money. Chapter 38-32. The sharp metal essence in Golden Antelope Blessed Land is basically a 5th grade material, but if you're lucky enough to find an evil spirit essence in it, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Evil spirit essence? What grade is it? Yongkai didn't ask what the evil spirit essence was. He didn't need to ask, as he could guess that the so-called evil spirit essence was the essence of the sharp metal essence, and it was definitely much higher than a 5th grade material. 7th grade. Yongkai couldn't help but whistle. Currently, he didn't have a systematic understanding of the quality of the materials used to condense yin and yang and 5 elements. He didn't know what grade of material was considered good in the eyes of the masters outside the universe, but it was undeniable that a 7th grade material wasn't low. It was definitely a good thing that people would fight over. Has anyone found it in there? Yongkai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps the ancestor knows. But I didn't obtain any of these memories. Yongkai gently nodded and thought of another question. What are the things that circulate outside the universe? Different planes, different worlds. The things that circulate are different. In the demon territory, there are demonic crystals, while in the star boundary, there are source crystals. Both of them are naturally formed and contain energy that can be absorbed by a cultivator to enhance their strength. If he guessed correctly, the things that circulate outside the universe should also be things that can enhance a cultivator's strength. Heaven-opening pill. Yongkai frowned. Heaven-opening pill? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. It is indeed a spirit pill, and one that is extremely useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators. I've told Sir before that once a cultivator breaks through to the heaven-opening realm, their grade is basically fixed. However, it's not impossible to improve it, and the heaven-opening pill is one of them. If one can take a heaven-opening pill for a long time, it can generally raise one's grade by 1 or 2 grades. If one's grade increases, their strength will also increase. Yongkai was puzzled. If the heaven-opening pill is useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators, then wouldn't it be useless for people like me? Of course it's useful. Zhang Ruoxi explained. Sir has now condensed the wood force of the 5 elements, so the heaven-splitting pill can also help Sir improve the grade of his wood force. But generally speaking, at your level, most transactions are barter. Yongkai was enlightened. Materials for condensing the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. These materials are exactly what a cultivator of this level needs, so if there's a chance, everyone will exchange what they need. Looks like if I have the chance in the future, I'll have to find a heaven-opening pill formula. Yongkai fell into deep thought. He was also familiar with alchemy. If he had a heaven-opening pill recipe, he might be able to refine it himself. However, the required materials would definitely not be easy to find. Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, "Sir, you may not know this, but there are two types of heaven-opening pills. One is naturally formed, while the other is refined by an alchemist." Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Since it's a spirit pill, how can it be naturally formed? Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head and said, "The heavens and earth have their own fortune. In this vast universe, a furnace called the clear sky furnace will occasionally appear. This furnace is not a physical object, just a projection, but it can absorb the power of the stars and refine it into the furnace. Over the years, the furnace will produce a heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. So there's such a miracle. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also been taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way. Since the Heavenly Way could teach him alchemy, why couldn't it produce spirit pills? Strictly speaking, it is precisely because of the heaven-opening pill that the experts outside of the universe gradually figured out the pill formulas for man-made spirit pills through these heaven-opening pills. There should be some differences between the two, right? Sir is right. Although both are heaven-opening pills, they are indeed very different. The biggest difference is their effectiveness. Although artificially refined heaven-opening pills can raise a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 grades over a long period of time, that's almost the limit. There's no point in taking more. However, the heaven-opening pills produced by the heavens and earth are different. They contain the purest power of the stars and universe. Rumor has it that this kind of heaven-opening pill can raise a heaven-opening realm master's cultivation to the highest level, the 9th grade. Yang Kai felt a burst of excitement when he heard this, and immediately looked around. Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, "What are you looking for, sir?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm looking for the clear sky furnace you mentioned. If we find it, wouldn't we be rich?" Although he had directly used the immortal tree to condense the power of the wood attribute, it would be difficult to find a material of the same grade as the immortal tree. Even if there was such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to compete for it if he wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai was mentally prepared that when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm in the future, he wouldn't be able to open the heaven-opening realm at the 9th grade. It would be difficult for him to even reach the 8th grade. At most, he would reach the 7th grade, or even the 6th grade or 5th grade. And if he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength, this kind of heaven-opening pill produced by the heavens and earth was indispensable. Zhang Ruoxi laughed. How could it be so easy to find such a thing? And even if the clear sky furnace really appears, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the people from the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands will immediately swarm over. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Kai remained unmoved and frowned. I think I saw something. Zhang Ruoxi pouted. Sir likes to joke. Yang Kai pulled her arm and pointed in a certain direction. There really is something. I shouldn't be seeing things. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, so fast. Just now when he was looking left and right, he vaguely saw something approaching him. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had closed half the distance. The whole process was extremely sudden, and there was no trace of movement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation and her pretty face immediately changed. A 1,000 joints worm. Yang Kai didn't even have time to ask what the hell a 1,000 joints worm was. Just by looking at Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he knew that this guy wasn't to be trifled with. Looking at it, he saw a huge snow-white insect covered in holes. This insect stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and looked extremely bloated, but its speed was strangely fast. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the 1,000 joints worm had already broken through the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of them in an instant. A black hole-like mouth covered their heads and swallowed a large area of space. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and used his space principles to leave this place in an instant. But then he was shocked to find that the space around him had been completely sealed and was shrouded in darkness. He suddenly lost the light in front of him. The next moment the world spun. Even though Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, he still felt a little dizzy. It was as if his whole body was falling endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi, so how did he run into such a monster? Only now did he have a deep understanding of the dangers of the outside world. Thinking of Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was shocked again because his hand was empty. He was clearly holding Zhang Ruoxi's arm just now, but now there was nothing in his hand. Where is Ruoxi? Yang Kai hurriedly endured the discomfort in his soul and released his divine sense to search the surroundings. But where was Zhang Ruoxi? Forcing himself to calm down and recall what had just happened, Yang Kai instinctively felt that he should have been swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm. So he and Ruoxi should be in its stomach at this moment. Yang Kai flew into a rage. His ambition was to leave the star boundary, but he was swallowed by a worm before he had time to show it. How could he bear it? With a low roar, Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret technique and transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with the black dragon spear in his hand. A monstrous aura swept out, and the seal on his dragon bones glowed brightly as he gathered all his strength into the black dragon spear. The next moment, the feeling of the world being turned upside down suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in the void, still maintaining his spear posture. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable after using all his strength to hit empty air. He waited until his strength was exhausted before he finally stopped and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Although he had just entered the outside world and didn't know much about the vast universe, Yang Kai was sure that this was definitely not where he was just now. Everything around him looked completely different from before. There was no Zhang Ruoxi, no thousand-jointed worm. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Yang Kai grabbed his spear and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was no one else besides him. What the hell happened? There had never been a moment when he was as lost as he was now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his dragon transformation and took out the space spirit bead. He tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi, but there was no response from the space spirit bead. Yang Kai was anxious. Encountering such a strange thing inexplicably is one thing, but at least I'm unscathed. Where did that girl Ruoxi go? Thinking back carefully, the moment he escaped, he seemed to have felt the power of space principles fluctuating. Combined with the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he should have undergone a long-distance teleportation. He didn't know how far away he was from the star boundary, and he didn't even know where the star boundary was now. The last time he escaped from the demon territory, with the blessing of the world will, he was able to determine the location of the star boundary in the vast universe and return home smoothly. But at that time, the demon territory wasn't too far from the star boundary, and the two worlds were close together. Otherwise, Great Demon God wouldn't have set his sights on the star boundary. But now that he was far away, the world will was no longer effective, making it impossible for him to return to the star boundary. The thousand-jointed worm swallowed him, and he rushed out, only to suddenly arrive in this place. What the hell is that worm? And where is Zhang Ruoxi now? With no clue at all, Yang Kai could only choose a direction at random and try to find Ruoxi, praying in his heart that Ruoxi had escaped from the thousand-jointed worm's stomach. Otherwise, that kind of monster, even a heaven-opening realm master, wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 38-33. In the void, Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. It was not easy to tell the passage of time outside the universe, but it should have been half a year since the day he encountered the 10,000-joint worm. In the past 6 months, he had been searching for Zhang Ruoxi nearby. From time to time, he would cast the space spirit bead, but unfortunately, he found nothing. There was no news of Ruoxi at all. After wandering around for half a year, Yang Kai had really seen all kinds of dangers outside the universe. He didn't know how many terrifying existences like the 10,000-joint worms were in this vast universe. He had encountered quite a few in this half a year, but not all of them were 10,000-joint worms. There were other monsters. Basically, they were extremely large in size, no less inferior to the 10,000-joint worm and the giant god spirit. However, although these existences had terrifying auras, they seemed to be somewhat lacking in intelligence, whether it was the giant god spirit or the 10,000-joint worm. Yang Kai saw them from afar, and as long as he avoided them in time, he would be safe. In the past 6 months of wandering, he even found a world outside the universe. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he could get close, he felt several hostile intents from that world locking onto him. That world also had masters at the level of great emperors. Although Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, it was extremely unwise to rashly break into someone else's world. So after noticing the hostility, Yang Kai took a detour and left. Come to think of it, Ruoshi should know more about the world outside of this universe than he does. Moreover, her strength wasn't low either. As long as she can escape from the stomach of that 1,000-jointed worm, there shouldn't be any problem. But after this separation, who knew when they would meet again? The universe was so big, and the chances of two people meeting again were too small. After another month, Yang Kai had to accept the reality at hand. He gave up the intention to continue searching for Zhang Ruoshi, and set a direction, and moved forward. Now that he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe, and came to the world outside the universe, it was time to complete his unfinished business, and search for clues about the world tree. Perhaps by the time he found the world tree, and returned to the star boundary, Zhang Ruoshi would already be waiting for him there. With such hope in his heart, Yang Kai continued forward. Exploring alone, and roaming alone gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. When he first entered the star territory from Tongxian realm, and when he entered the star boundary from Tongxian realm's territory, which time had he not been alone? Although the world outside the universe was dangerous, as long as one bravely moved forward, they would be able to open up a path. His state of mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the road ahead. One day, while flying through the void, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but at that moment, he seemed to have heard a faint call from that direction. At this moment, he calmed down and listened carefully, but there was no sign of it. Yang Kai naturally maintained his vigilance at all times, due to the dangers of the void. The soul-warming lotus also closely guarded his mind, preventing it from being invaded by external forces. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai felt a little strange, but since there was no abnormality, he relaxed and continued moving forward. After walking for a short distance, that faintly discernible call once again entered his ears. Yang Kai immediately stopped and his face became solemn. The first time, he could say that it was an illusion, but the second time, it couldn't be justified. This meant that it wasn't an illusion, and there really was something there. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and rushed towards the source of the voice. The soul-warming lotus didn't show any abnormalities, and Yang Kai didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so that voice should be harmless. His current understanding of the outside universe was limited to what he had learned from Zhang Ruoshi at the beginning. If there really was someone on the other side, perhaps he could find them and ask around. However, before that, he had to make sure that there was no danger there. In any case, it was better than running around in the void like a headless fly. Moving through the void without any resistance, Yang Kai could increase his speed to infinity as long as he wanted to. But in order to guard against some possible dangers, he still maintained a controlled speed. And in the past 6 months, Yang Kai had also discovered that the world outside the void was very clean, unlike the star field in the lower star territory, where there were many asteroids. Thinking about it carefully, it should have something to do with the giant god spirit clan. The giant god spirit clan had an innate divine technique that allowed them to smell the aura of dying worlds in advance, and then go there to wait for food. Once the world died, they would be swallowed whole. The dead worlds had all been eaten by the giant god spirits, so how could there still be a sea of asteroids in this universe? They must have been eaten by the giant god spirits long ago. Thinking about it this way, the giant god spirits seemed to be cleaning up the universe's trash. He didn't know how long he had been flying forward, but the further he went, the more obvious the call became. Yang Kai could feel that he was still some distance away from his destination, but it shouldn't be too far. Finally, one day, a shining point of light suddenly appeared in a large nebula in front of him. Yang Kai's mind shook, and he secretly thought that he had finally arrived. When he fixed his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be startled. It was too far away, so he couldn't see it clearly, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He sped up and hurried over. A few days later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. In front of him, a huge oval-shaped light curtain stood quietly in the void. Above the light curtain, a strange light constantly flashed, and from the oval-shaped light curtain, extremely clear fluctuations of the law of space were transmitted. A realm gate? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was far away, he felt that this thing was a little familiar, but now that he looked closer, it was indeed very familiar. In the demon territory, the continents were divided, and each continent was connected to each other by a realm gate. The oval-shaped light curtain in front of him was exactly the same as a realm gate. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big, incomparably huge. Yang Kai estimated that even the giant god spirit and the 10,000 jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate. So one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. Although he didn't know what this realm gate was called in the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between two places. After a few more days, Yang Kai finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing, and realized how small he was. Yang Kai sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Yang Kai flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not? Yang Kai was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here. And he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side. And if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Yang Kai made up his mind, enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire. And his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Yang Kai entered, and then it returned to normal. Yang Kai, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Yang Kai hurriedly used his chi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, He inexplicably ran out like this. And after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Yang Kai would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared in front of him with a look of surprise. In the void, there was a realm gate, standing there out of thin air. And the call that had been reaching his ears all this time was coming from that realm gate. Yang Kai almost thought that he was seeing things, and he rubbed his eyes hard and looked carefully again. Indeed, there was a realm gate there, and it was a lonely realm gate, which was extremely abrupt. The realm gate didn't look that strange. Ordinary people's realm gates had door noses, door knockers, and 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right of the realm gate, baring their teeth and looking extremely fierce. Yang Kai wouldn't feel anything if he saw such a realm gate anywhere in the star boundary. But in this vast universe, in the void, a realm gate was strange no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 38-34. Arriving in front of the door, Yang Kai glanced at the 2 stone lions, squatting on the left and right. He faintly felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lions weren't as simple as they seemed. If they were really ordinary creatures, how could they appear in this void? Just as he was feeling curious, a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Which little friend has come? This old master has failed to welcome you from afar. Please come in for a chat." The voice was gentle like a spring breeze, causing Yang Kai to feel a warm feeling all over his body. Even though this voice had come abruptly, it did not disturb him in the slightest, and instead made him feel that it was natural. However, Yang Kai was a bit surprised. After all, there was only a single door in front of him, and although there were 2 stone lions squatting at the door, there was no room. So where was the person who had spoken? Peeking behind the door, there was nothing behind it. Hearing the old voice, Yang Kai knew that the person who had spoken was not young. Pondering for a moment, he felt that it was best to take things as they came. So he cupped his fists and asked, "Where is Senior? How can Junior enter?" The old voice laughed. "Just push the door open." Yang Kai nodded and pushed the door open. Reaching out, Yang Kai placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The door opened, but the scene of the void on the other side of the door did not appear. The moment the door opened, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge suction force. Yang Kai had no time to react before he was sucked inside. When he came back to his senses, he was standing on a giant reef, the sound of waves ringing in his ears. Looking up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and looking down, he saw waves crashing against the shore. Yang Kai blinked and couldn't help calling out, "Little universe!" Heaven-opening realm cultivators could create a world within their bodies that existed between reality and illusion. This world was the so-called little universe, and those who could create little universes were all heaven-opening realm masters. From the side came a laugh. "Little friend's eyesight is quite good. This is this old master's little universe." Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice, and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing not far from him. He had a kind smile on his face. The old man was slightly plump, and the wrinkles on his face were all traces of the flowing time great emperor. The old man was wearing a long black robe. There was not a speck of dust on his body. He gave off the feeling of an enlightened master. He held a round bowl in one hand, and bent the fingers of his other hand. He tapped rhythmically on the bowl. What was strange was that every time he knocked, no sound came out. But Yang Kai was able to feel something with each of his knocks. Recalling the call that had guided him all the way here, Yang Kai suddenly understood. "Is it old sir calling for me?" The old man smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, little friend?" Yang Kai said, "My hometown is a barren place. I don't know what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a genuine heaven-opening cultivator. If he really wanted to fight with him, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any strength to resist, especially since this was his little universe. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the first person he saw outside of this little universe would be a heaven-opening cultivator. One had to be on guard against others, and it was best not to expose the name of the star boundary. The old man didn't mind, smiling slightly. So it's like that. Unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions. Why did old sir call for me? Young Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for that mysterious pull, he wouldn't have found this place. The old man smiled. This old master didn't call for you alone. I was just receiving newcomers who had jumped out of their little universes. As he spoke, he pointed to the side. Young Kai looked over and discovered that it wasn't just him and the old man in this little universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. His heart trembled. When he had entered just now, he hadn't sensed anything, and he had clearly looked around, but he hadn't seen anyone else at all. It seemed that if this old man hadn't been willing, he probably wouldn't have been able to see anyone else. There were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and sturdy man. One was a dignified woman. One was a young child. And one seemed to be a demonic beast with 2 horns on his forehead. It was unknown what bloodline he had. They each sat on a nearby reef, looking at Young Kai together. Young Kai's gaze swept over them. Apart from the young child who smiled at Young Kai, the others were expressionless. Young Kai didn't know what cultivation realms these 4 were at, but since they had appeared here, it meant that each of them was a powerhouse on the level of great emperors in their own little universes. They had all condensed their own Dao seals, or they wouldn't have the qualifications to wander about outside of this little universe. Seeing this scene, combined with what the old man had just said, Young Kai was stunned and asked, "Were these people also summoned by old sir?" The old man smiled and nodded. "There are many dangers in this little universe. For newcomers like you, it is not a good place. If you rashly wander about, it is very likely that you will encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old man is here to disperse the spiritual aura, and those who perceive it will come here to meet this old man, just like little friend and the others." Why is old sir doing this? Young Kai was puzzled. If this old man said that it was to protect you newcomers, would you believe it? Young Kai slowly shook his head. After cultivating for so many years, Young Kai didn't dare to say that he had seen through human nature. But no one would do such a laborious thing without any benefits. The old man laughed. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but this is indeed one of the reasons." "That is to say, there are other reasons?" Young Kai asked. "The other reason is that the force behind this old man needs to absorb new blood. Outside of this little universe, there are countless forces, big and small, and many forces will do this. They will receive some newcomers who jump out of the little universe and bring them back to replenish their strength. This method is not rare, and it is not only my force that does this. Little friend, you are just fated to hear this old man's call and come here." Young Kai frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what the force behind old sir is?" The old man said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to say more now." "What if I don't want to join old sir's force?" Young Kai asked. As soon as this was said, Young Kai clearly felt the 4 people on the reef looking over. The old man said, "That is up to you. This old man is only responsible for receiving newcomers. When you return, someone will explain everything to you. At that time, it is up to you whether you want to join or not. If you want to join, you can stay. If you don't want to, no one will force you." Young Kai nodded. He had encountered this situation once before, when he entered the ancestral territory. In the ancestral territory, many forces were also stationed in the same place, absorbing newcomers to replenish their strength. However, in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly better. As long as one was curious, they should be attracted by the spirit-dispersing machine. Young Kai had no ties outside of this little universe, and now that he had separated from Zhang Ruoxi, he didn't even know where to go. It just so happened that he wanted to find a place with many people to inquire about some information. Since the old man in front of him had already said so, Young Kai naturally wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Young Kai didn't fully believe the old man's words, but at least for now, his own safety was not a concern. "Old sir, Junior has another question." Young Kai cupped his fists. "Go ahead." Junior jumped out of the universe with another friend and entered this vast universe. However, halfway through, we suddenly encountered a monster called the Thousand Knots Worm. After being swallowed by it, we inexplicably arrived at another place. At this point, the old man smiled and said, "Rest assured, your friend should be safe. Please enlighten me, old sir." The Thousand Joints insect is a very strange existence outside of this little universe. Its birth is unpredictable, but it is harmless. When you look at it from a distance, do you see many holes in its body? Yes, those holes are connected to random corners of this vast universe. You were swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and came out of one of those holes. Then you went to a completely different place from before. Your friend suffered the same fate as you, but we don't know where she is now. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. However, he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him should not be wrong. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect to the moment he escaped, there was an extremely obvious fluctuation of space principles when he escaped, as if he had undergone a long-distance teleportation, which was faintly consistent with the old man's explanation. But this way, it was certain that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, so Yang Kai was relieved. It was just that he didn't know where she had been teleported to. "Many thanks, old sir." Junior still wants to ask. "Little friend, you must be tired after coming from afar. You should rest first." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and as he spoke, he gently tapped the round bowl a few times with his finger. The doubts in Yang Kai's heart suddenly subsided, as if it was a question he shouldn't have asked. He immediately showed a look of shame and said, "Senior is right. Then I won't disturb Senior's casting." Then he respectfully retreated. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to cast the spirit-dispersing art. Looking around, Kai Yang jumped onto an unoccupied reef, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his secret art. In the next moment, an incomparably pure spirit chi flowed into his body through his pores, shaking his spirit. Although this was the old man's mini-universe world, which existed between reality and illusion, it was still a world of its own. The spirit energy here was also real spirit energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the spirit energy in this mini-universe world was so rich and pure that it was unmatched anywhere in the star boundary. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time, he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover. Chapter 38-35. The fact that the soul-warming lotus was acting like this meant that the old man had definitely cast a spell on him just now. It was just that the old man's cultivation was too high, his technique was too brilliant, or perhaps it was the effect of the round bowl that prevented Yang Kai from seeing through it. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus's protection, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The old man kept saying that no one would force him to join the force behind him in the future if he didn't want to, but judging from his current actions, if he really didn't want to join, it wouldn't end well for him. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to back out. Besides, Yang Kai was also willing to go to a crowded place to inquire about information. Now that he had just entered this world, his understanding of this place was limited to what he had talked about with Zhang Ruoxi. Everything else was still a mystery to him. If he could follow the old man into a force, he could carefully inquire about it and slowly plan his next move. On the other hand, Yang Kai was looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi being lured here. After all, Ruoxi was swallowed by the 10,000-jointed insect with him. If she was lucky, she might appear somewhere not far away and be drawn here by the old man's spiritual opportunity. If that was the case, they could reunite. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer worried and simply relaxed his mind to absorb the surrounding world energy. The nearby 3 people and 1 monster beast were also doing the same. Although Yang Kai didn't know which small world they came from, it was obvious that everyone came from different places. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Many details were slightly different, but no matter which small world they came from, it was obvious that they had never stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment. All of them were cultivating eagerly. After what happened before, Yang Kai even suspected that the old man had used some kind of secret technique on these 4 people to make them obey him. The old man maintained the same posture. He held the alms bowl in one hand and gently clasped it with the other. The invisible spiritual vigor continued to spread from this small universe into the universe, attracting newcomers to come over. This method was a bit like fishing. If the person who felt the spiritual opportunity wasn't so curious, or had a strong sense of danger, they wouldn't come here. Time passed quickly. Although the small world was also a small world, it was still between reality and illusion. It wasn't as magical as a real small world. There was no sun, moon, stars, and the scenery around it was unchanged. This was probably related to the old man's state of mind. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang estimated it to be at least a year. The old man smiled and said, "I don't know which little friend has graced us with his presence, but this old man didn't go out to greet you. Please come in." Her words were exactly the same as when Yang Kai had first arrived. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that a newcomer had arrived. He couldn't help but look shocked as he secretly looked forward to it, wondering if it was Zhang Ruoshi. The voice was that of a woman, and it didn't sound very old. The old man smiled. "It's not that this old man is sneaking around. This old man is here. It's just that this young lady hasn't seen him yet. Please come in." The woman outside the door smiled. "Do you think I'll come in just because you say so? This young lady won't go in." After a pause, she asked, "Are you behind this door?" The tone of her question made one imagine her looking at the door. "Yes." The old man nodded. "Then come out and talk. This young lady will wait for you outside the door." The old man laughed. "Young lady is quite vigilant." "Humph, one must always be on guard against others. I don't even know who you are, so how can I enter so easily?" "That's not unreasonable." The old man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a hand seal. However, this old man still wants to invite this young lady inside for a chat. As soon as these words fell, a cry of alarm immediately came from outside the door, accompanied by the woman's cursing. "Thief, you dare. Aya." After that, a layer of ripples appeared around the old man, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. It was the woman who refused to enter the door before, who knew what method the old man used to capture her. Yang Kai understood. Looking at the situation, as long as one was drawn in by the old man's spirit essence, whether they were willing or not, they would have to enter the door and enter this small world. Those who were willing would be safe, while those who were unwilling would be directly captured. This old man had a harmless smile on his face, but he was actually quite overbearing. This kind of guy was the most ruthless. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming vigilant. The woman's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. After being captured, a water curtain immediately appeared around her body, and with a raise of her hand, the endless water curtain turned into a white silk that flew towards the old man. A strong wind blew, mixed with the sound of waves. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but praise in his heart. That white silk was not a real white silk, but was clearly refined from a big river. The power of this pull was the power of a river, and boundless water vapor wantonly spread out. Presumptuous! Several angry shouts sounded in unison, and the 4 people who had been sitting on the reef and meditating since Yang Kai came and rushed out together. The burly man waved his fist. The dignified woman drew her sword. The young child took out a slingbow-like treasure and buckled it with a stone, and the 2-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like body. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, he quickly reacted and jumped down from the reef as well. Then he sent a palm strike towards the woman. The woman's expression changed. She obviously didn't expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she came in. Although she was also a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, and had condensed her own Tao seal, which one of the people present didn't. They could only fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk she pulled out immediately turned into a water curtain that wrapped around her body. With a series of explosions, the water curtain collapsed, and the woman was sent flying, her face pale and bloodless. She was a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, but at this moment, she sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and covered her, but with her hands, looking extremely wronged. You bully me." She looked like a child who had lost a fight. Yang Kai wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so. "You have the advantage in numbers." The woman sat on the ground and didn't get up. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai and the others, and finally fixed her eyes on the old man. "If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one." The old man smiled wholeheartedly. "Miss wants to fight me one-on-one?" "Yes, just you and me, don't let them interfere." The woman stretched out her finger and pointed at Yang Kai, and the others one by one. The old man slowly shook his head. "You are no match for this old man. How do you know if we haven't fought?" The woman looked unconvinced. "Then do you want to try?" The old man played with her with great interest. "Of course I want to try." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted. When she said the first word, there was nothing unusual, but when she said the last word, she had already rushed in front of the old man. She was as agile as a raccoon. Her slender jade-like palm turned into a crystal clear, fluctuating with a mysterious force as it slammed down on the old man. The old man's smile didn't fade as he quietly looked at her. He didn't move, only spitting out a single word: "Condense." The woman suddenly stiffened in front of the old man, unable to move. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize the huge gap between her and this old man, and she couldn't help but pale, her long eyelashes trembling. "Do you want to try again?" the old man asked. The woman blinked and obediently said, "I don't dare." "If you don't dare, then stop." The old man waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately regained her freedom. Her body, which had been on the offensive, suddenly rushed forward and half knelt on the ground, cupped her fists and said, "This little girl is new and inexperienced and thought there was no opponent in this world. But today I have seen Senior and learned that there is always someone better than me. I ask Senior to accept this little girl as a disciple, and this disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future." Her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation, and her words were also extremely smooth, as if she had said them countless times. But her expression was incomparably sincere. All of the people present, including the old man, were caught unprepared by the woman. Yang Kai was also stunned, wondering who this woman was. She was shouting and shouting so loudly just now. So how did she become a disciple in the blink of an eye? This change in attitude was a bit too fast. On the contrary, the burly man and the monster race man both showed looks of regret after realizing this. The dignified woman was also a little moved, but the childish child didn't seem to care. As if someone had cast a spell on them, everyone present was silent, and only the sound of waves hitting the table could be heard. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to support the woman's arm. "It's rare for you to be so considerate." This old man is very pleased, but the matter of apprenticeship is not urgent for the time being. This is the first time this old man has seen you, so I don't know much about your character. After a little observation in the future, if you are to my liking, this old man may accept you as a disciple." The woman was overjoyed. "This disciple thanks Master." "What is your name?" The woman replied with a smile. "This disciple's name is Asunde. Where are you from?" Asun shook her head. "This disciple doesn't know. The world this disciple came from is already broken, and this disciple is the only living person in that place." As she spoke, her face was full of sadness. People have life and death, and so is the world. You don't have to care too much about it. Now that you have jumped out of the shackles of this world and can see the vast universe, isn't it better than being confined to one place? Master is right. Asun nodded heavily, a happy expression on her face. This Asun's home is gone, So this our son's home will be our son's home in the future. The old man didn't comment, turning his head to look at the others and saying, "Okay, everyone is here, so we should go back." Hearing him say this, Kai Yang and the others all revealed looks of joy. Although the cultivation environment here was good, since everyone had jumped out of this world, they naturally wanted to see a more exciting world. Now that they were going to leave this place and follow the old man to the world behind him, they were naturally very interested. Chapter 38-36. The old man didn't waste any time and called out to everyone. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. A door immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the one he had seen in the void before. With a creak, the old man pushed the door open, and everyone walked out in a single file. The place they stopped at was the place they entered from before. At this moment, the door warped and transformed into the shape of a large ship. 2 ropes that flowed with light extended from the bow of the ship, and the ropes were wrapped around 2 stone lions. Surprisingly, the stone lions were the 2 that were squatting on the left and right of the door. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The 2 stone lions were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the figures of the 2 stone lions expanded explosively, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. They shook their heads and wagged their tails in an awe-inspiring manner. The newcomers on the ship were dumbstruck. It wasn't that the transformation of the stone lions was miraculous, but the aura emanating from the 2 stone lions wasn't inferior to theirs, and it even faintly surpassed theirs. In other words, the strength of these 2 stone lions was extremely likely to be higher than theirs. They were all overlords of their own worlds, great emperors that had condensed Dao seals, and they were all supreme in their own worlds. Now that they were outside this world, and saw that the 2 strange beasts pulling the ship were more formidable than them, there was no need to mention how bitter the feeling in their hearts was. The old man observed everyone's expressions and took in their shock, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "Wow, master, what are these 2 things? They seem so powerful." A son stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, and she didn't conceal her surprise as she exclaimed. The old man didn't deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or it could be said that he didn't care. He said with a smile, "These 2 little things were originally 2 stone embryos of my Qiqiao land. Later on, they obtained some opportunities and gained intelligence. I thought they weren't bad, so I used them to watch the door and pull the ship." Qiqiao land? Yang Kai raised his brows. "Senior, may I ask if the Qiqiao land you mentioned earlier is the place we're going to this time?" He hadn't communicated with the old man during the year he was in the small world, so he didn't know where the old man was from. Now that he heard him mention it, he naturally paid attention. "Yes," the old man nodded. "Is the Qiqiao land one of the 72 blessed lands?" The burly man suddenly revealed a look of shock. "Oh, you know about the 72 blessed lands?" The old man glanced at the burly man with a smile. The other party replied respectfully, "This junior comes from the Black River realm. There was once a powerful senior who went back there and left behind a few words. Thus, this junior knows that there are 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands outside of this universe." The burly man shook his head. "I don't know. Did he leave any keepsake for you to find?" The old man asked again. The burly man took out something from his chest and respectfully handed it over. "This is the token that the senior left behind." Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that it was a piece of jade. It didn't look like the jade he had seen before, and he didn't know what kind of jade it was. Inside the jade, there was a small fish swimming around as if it was alive. Although he couldn't see what the fish in the jade was, he could faintly feel that it contained a mysterious power. He knew that this should be the token that the Black River Realm's great master left behind for his juniors. His heart trembled, and he felt cold all over. It wasn't because of the token, but because of the burly man's unreserved attitude towards the old man. Previously, he had been plotted against by the old man, and only managed to escape with the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai wondered if the old man had done something to the others. But guesses were just guesses, and Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with the affairs of others. When Ah Sun was captured, and was about to harm the old man, the burly man and the others actually acted together to protect her. Yang Kai was somewhat certain of his guess. If the old man hadn't done something to them, how could these 4 great emperors from different Qingquan worlds have such a reaction? Even if they wanted to please the old man, they wouldn't have acted together. At this moment, this jade was definitely an extremely precious item on the burly man's body. With this jade as a guide, he could definitely find the whereabouts of the senior in his world and go to him. At that time, he would naturally be taken care of, and there would be no need to compromise under someone else's wing. But such a precious item, the burly man actually took it out after the old man casually asked. And he didn't guard against the old man at all. This was very clear. The few people beside him didn't have any unusual reaction, and instead felt that this was how it should be. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and took it, carefully examining it. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. Since it's a reward from senior, you should keep it carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The burly man gently nodded and put away the jade piece. He even turned his head and glared at the others. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of his jade piece, but that he had been influenced by the old man's secret technique and trusted him. Yang Kai couldn't see how much this trust was for the time being. However, he could finally be sure that everyone who entered the small universe had been cast by the old man. He just didn't know if Ah Sun, who was the last to enter, had been plotted against. I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. As the old man spoke, he gently raised his hand, and the 2 stone lions pulling the boat immediately raised their heads and roared before galloping forward. In an instant, the big boat sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. These 2 stone lions looked a little stupid, but he didn't expect them to be so fast. No wonder they were taken in by the old man as coolies. After the boat had sailed for a while, the old man smiled and said, "Just now, someone asked if the Qiqiao land has 72 blessed lands." Turning to the burly man, he shook his head and said, "The Qiqiao land is not one of the 72 blessed lands." "Master, what are the 72 blessed lands?" Ah Sun blinked her big eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. Not only her, but the dignified woman, the young child, and the monster race man all showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. Yang Kai followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. It seemed that because they were going back, the old man's mood was quite good. He explained, "In this vast universe, there are countless blessed lands, but they can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The stronger forces occupy better territories, the weaker ones occupy less. You all come from different small worlds, but no matter where you are, this principle is the same. Amongst these territories, the best ones can be divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly abodes. Those who occupy these treasured lands are all great powers whose might shakes the world." Oh, Ah Sun suddenly understood. This disciple understands. The old man continued, "If the Qiqiao land is one of the 72 blessed lands, then it is not the Qiqiao land, but the Qiqiao blessed lands. Do you understand?" These words were directed at the burly man. The burly man nodded. "Thank you, senior, for your explanation. There is no need for that, it is not a secret. As long as you stay outside of this universe for a few years, you will naturally know," Yang Kai deduced. Then according to what senior said, the forces that occupy the blessed lands must have the words blessed lands behind their names. That's basically the case, but not all of them. The old man shook his head. For example, the 10,000 devil heavens occupies one of the blessed lands, but it is only called the 10,000 devil heavens, not the 10,000 devil paradise. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. 10,000 devil heavens. Just from the name alone, it was obvious that it was the gathering place of the demon race. Emotion couldn't have come from that place, right? To be able to occupy a blessed land in this vast universe, this 10,000 devil heavens must be something. If they knew that Emo Sheng had died in the star boundary, would they avenge him? But then again, Emo Sheng's physical body was destroyed, and he had spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the spiritual energy of the star boundary. If the forces behind him knew about his situation, how could they ignore it? Yang Kai immediately relaxed. Even if Emo Sheng really came from the 10,000 devil heavens, the 10,000 devil heavens wouldn't know about his situation. The old man continued. However, although my 7 openings land can't compare to those blessed lands, it's still quite good in the 3,000 worlds. The master of my 7 openings land is the 7 openings heavenly lord, who is proficient in alchemy. His spirit pills are so famous that even those blessed lands sometimes ask for 7 openings lands alchemy. So amazing. Asun was shocked. The old man smiled slightly. You will know in the future. Today, this old master only told you a little more because you asked. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the heaven-splitting pill. According to Zhang Ruoxi, this thing was a hard currency outside the universe, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since the 7 openings heavenly lord was proficient in alchemy, he should also know how to refine the heaven-splitting pill. When he talked about the heaven-splitting pill with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was still thinking about getting his hands on its recipe, but he didn't expect to get his hands on it so quickly. However, based on the situation outside the universe, the heaven-splitting pill's recipe was definitely one of the top secrets of a great force, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't too clear on what kind of force this Chi Chi Chiao land was. Just from the way this old man acted, it was clear that this Chi Chi Chiao land wasn't a famous righteous sect. Everything this old man had said before seemed like he was trying to flatter himself. After that, whether it was the dignified woman, the young child, or the monster race, all of them asked about the things they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they had just jumped out of their respective small worlds when they were drawn in by the old man's spirit opportunity, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to answer his questions, so although he didn't know much, he was at least better than the others. Of course, the burly man was an exception. A senior from his Black River realm had once returned and should have left behind some information about the universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered every question, benefiting everyone on board. Chapter 38-37. Along the way, they passed through several territory gates. The so-called territory gates were the world gates Yang Kai had passed through before, but with a different name. Their function was nothing more than to quickly travel between 2 places. The world outside the universe was too big. If there weren't these domain gates that existed all over the universe, it would be extremely difficult for even those peerless experts to go from one place to another. The amount of time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. However, with these territory gates, it was a different story. Although it still took some time to travel, overall, it greatly increased the efficiency of travel. Yang Kai, who had experienced the convenience of space arrays, was deeply moved by this. The reason why these territory gates were called territory gates was because the world outside the world gate was divided into various large and small territory. Within these territories, large and small forces were intertwined, and because of this the world outside the world gate was quite interesting. The journey was lonely, and apart from the old man explaining some things about the world gate to everyone also had some interactions with each other, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This was especially true for Asun, who was the most lively of all. After just a few days, she was already calling the dignified woman big sister and little sister. In less than a month's time, Asun, who was looking around from the bow of the ship, suddenly seemed to notice something and said, "Master, there's something over there." In this vast universe, the scenery was indeed beautiful, but after seeing so much of it, it had become dull. So now that there was something unusual in front of them, it naturally attracted Asun's attention. Yang Kai and the others, who were leaning against the side of the ship, heard this and ran to the other side to take a look. At a glance, they saw a large mass of clouds swirling in the void, but what was inside was a blur, as if there was some kind of barrier blocking it. Even with their cultivations, they could not see through it. The old man smiled and said, "We're here." Asan excitedly asked, "Is that the Qiqiao land?" The old man nodded, "Yes." When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Even Yang Kai was no exception. Although he felt that this old man and this so-called Qiqiao land were not good people, this was the first force he had come into contact with outside of the universe, after coming out from Star Boundary, so he was naturally curious about it. More importantly, according to this old man, the master of Qiqiao land, Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps the heaven-opening pill formula still had to depend on the other party. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two stone lions pulling the boat suddenly changed direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few more hours, they finally arrived. The old man stood at the bow of the ship and casually pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and in the next moment, the thick clouds suddenly parted, revealing a passage in the middle. The stone lion didn't stop moving. It pulled the big boat and charged into it. The clouds behind it closed up again. After passing through a vast expanse of white, everyone regained their vision. They were now high up in the sky. Looking up, they could see white clouds and blue sky. Looking down, they could see green water and green mountains. It was a wonderful beyond the universe. On top of that, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. Compared to the cultivation environment they had come into contact with in the old man's miniature universe, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. After all, that was just the old man's miniature universe, something that existed between reality and illusion. However, this was the real world, so it was normal for there to be some differences. Yang Kai silently sensed the world energy here, and felt that the world energy here was much more complete and dense than in the Star Boundary. He sighed in his heart. Such a good environment could not be found in the Star Boundary. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one had a little aptitude, they should have no problem reaching the Emperor realm. "Master, what's over there?" The most curious of them all, Asan pointed in a certain direction and asked. The old man said, "You will know in the future." Asan nodded and did not ask any more questions. After interacting with the old man for more than a month, she knew that if the old man was willing to answer, he would answer, and if he did not want to, no one could force him. However, Yang Kai casually glanced in the direction she pointed and found that there was a fiery red color all over the mountains and plains. Moreover, it looked like a large orchard with fruit trees planted there. He could vaguely see many busy figures in the orchard. This orchard was so large that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Yang Kai estimated that this orchard occupied a third of this world's territory. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little curious. He did not know what kind of spirit fruit these were, but there were actually so many of them. Moreover, these spirit fruits definitely required a lot of nutrients to grow. So where did these nutrients come from? In addition to the vast orchard, there were also some scattered buildings on the ground below. Overall, this place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was extraordinary. The ship descended and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, a group of people had already been waiting respectfully, led by a young man in blue robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." The group of people behind him also shouted in unison, and their momentum was extraordinary. In the flowing brilliance, the ship turned into a door and then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, and the two stone lions pulling the ship also rose into the air. Soon, they landed on the left and right sides of the palace, and turned into two stone mountains in the shape of stone lions, motionless. Behind the old man, Yang Kai and the others looked around curiously. The young man in the lead came forward, glanced at Yang Kai and the others, and said with a smile, "Venerable, you found quite a few new people this time." The old man also smiled. Our luck is not bad. You can arrange these people as you see fit. The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, Is the heavenly monarch here? The young man said, Half a year ago, the heavenly monarch received a message from someone and went out. He hasn't returned yet. The old man nodded. Then when the heavenly monarch returns, remember to inform me. Yes. After giving the order, the old man turned to Yang Kai and the others and said, You all follow him. There will be arrangements. Saying so, he walked towards the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people respectfully said, Farewell, Venerable. Master, what kind of venerable are you? Asun asked curiously. Master? The young man turned to look at Asunde. Asun pointed in the direction the old man left, and the young man's face immediately sank. Where did this little girl come from? If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue. As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Asun's pretty face changed, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Yang Kai reached out to support her, so she didn't fall to the ground, but her face was very ugly. Yang Kai and the others also had ugly expressions. They weren't angry, but the young man's aura was too strong, and they couldn't bear it. He wasn't at the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai had fought against great demon god, so he could tell at a glance that this young man hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but he shouldn't be far from it. He was probably the half-step heaven-opening realm Zhangrua she had mentioned before, which meant that he had condensed 5 of the 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Asun coldly. Venerable is the earth protector of my fire spirit land. Where did you come from, wild girl? How dare you talk nonsense like this? Asun's face flushed red, and she was suppressed by the other party's aura. Unable to say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. The young man coldly snorted. Since you're new here and don't know the rules, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily, understood? Asun nodded aggrievedly. The young man then swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others, clasping his hands behind his back. The same goes for all of you. This king doesn't care where you came from, what your identity is, or what status you have. Since you've come to this fire spirit land, you must abide by the rules here. If you abide by the rules, everything will be fine. But if you don't, there won't be a good end. The monster race man heard this and cupped his fists. Dare I ask this, master, what are the rules of the fire spirit land? The young man proudly declared, This king's words are the rules. The monster race man nodded. Understood. Seeing the monster race man so tactful, the young man's expression relaxed slightly. This king doesn't know if venerable master has told you anything before. But it doesn't matter if he hasn't. Now I'll tell you. This is the fire spirit land of my 7 openings land. Here venerable master is the heavens and the earth. You are not allowed to disobey him in the slightest, understood? Everyone nodded. It's good that you understand. The young man continued. However, venerable master is busy with many things, so this king is in charge of disciplining you all. This king is the consul disciple of the fire spirit land. My surname is Du, and my name is Ru Feng. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask this king. If you need to know, this king will tell you. If you don't need to know, it's useless to ask. Today is the first time you've come to the fire spirit land, so this king won't say much to you. Stay here for a while, and you'll understand everything here. Alright, bring all of you over first. You have 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, someone will tell you what to do. After that, the young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged woman with a cold expression immediately walked out from behind him. She called out to Yang Kai and the others, Follow me. After that she flew into the sky. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, and could only follow. From beginning to end, except for the monster race man, no one else dared to ask anything. As for the old man's words at the beginning, those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, were simply empty words. He brought Yang Kai and the others to this place, and entered the palace without showing himself again. Du Rufeng also did not ask Yang Kai and the others if they wanted to stay, and only unilaterally announced some things. However, although Du Rufeng did not say much, Yang Kai understood something. This was the fire spirit land of the Seven Openings land. In other words, besides this fire spirit land, there should be other places. The Seven Openings land faintly coincided with the five elements of yin and yang. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if this Seven Openings land was made up of seven spirit lands. If so, then this place would be somewhat interesting. Chapter 38:38. The middle-aged woman's expression was cold, and she did not speak much. In addition, she was suppressed by Du Rufeng's power, so everyone was silent as they followed her. No one dared to ask anything. However, when Yang Kai secretly observed, he found that they were heading in the direction of the huge orchard that he had seen from high up in the sky just now. This middle-aged woman's cultivation should also be around the Emperor realm. And whether she had condensed a Dao seal or not, he couldn't tell for the time being since they hadn't fought yet. An hour later, a large number of houses appeared in front of them, surrounded by green mountains and green water. At first glance, it looked like a hidden village. A memorial arch was erected at the entrance of the village, and 3 words were written on it. Handyman's house. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other. Although they came from different Qingquan worlds, none of them were stupid enough to not know the meaning of the word labor. They couldn't help but think to themselves, could it be that we were brought to this fire spirit land by that venerable to be laborers? Standing at the entrance of the village, the woman took out a bell and gently shook it. After the tinkling sound was heard, a thin man like a bamboo pole immediately flew out of the village. The man did not look very old, and the clothes he wore did not fit him well. The loose clothes covering his body made him look empty. From afar he looked quite funny. Flying closer, the bamboo man cupped his hands and said, "Senior Sister Yao." His gaze turned to Yang Kai and the others, and he chuckled. Why do these people look a little unfamiliar? I don't think I've seen them before. The woman surnamed Yao said indifferently. They were brought back by the Venerable. Hearing this, the bamboo man said, "The Venerable is back?" The woman surnamed Yao gently nodded, stretched out her hand and pointed to Yang Kai and the others and ordered, "I'll leave these people to you. It's rare to have so many newcomers. If you complain that there's not enough people, you can find a way yourself." It's enough, it's enough. The bamboo man beamed. The Venerable went through so much trouble to find them. If I, Zhou, can't complete the task, I'll bring my head to the Venerable. The woman surnamed Yao coldly snorted. You're on your own. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhou shouted from behind her. Senior Sister Yao, are you leaving already? Junior brother got some good tea. Senior sister, do you want to try it? There was no reply at all. With a smile on his face, Zhou watched the woman leave. Then, he rubbed his hands and looked at Yang Kai and the others with excitement. He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Zhou. I'm the steward of this handyman's room. You can call me Steward Chow. Everyone saluted in unison. Greetings, Steward Chow. Zhou nodded and said, You guys are so lucky. TSK, you are so lucky. The burly man frowned and said, Where did this blessing come from? Although they didn't know what kind of fate they would face next. Since they were sent to the handyman's room as soon as they arrived, their future days wouldn't be too good. In their respective worlds, they were all top powerhouses. But when they came to the outside world, they were treated like this. Anyone would feel a little disappointed. Zhou smiled and said, It's your first time coming to the outside world, right? Everyone nodded. Then do you know about the heaven-opening realm? On the way back, the Venerable told us a little. Then it's easy to say. Zhou smiled like a thief who had stolen a fox. With his hands behind his back, he said, If you want to reach the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense a small universe in your body and split the sky and earth. If you want to condense a small universe, you need to condense the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Then do you know why the Qiqiao land is called the Qiqiao land? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Zhou explained, Because the Qiqiao land is made up of 7 spiritual lands. Right now, you are in the fire spiritual land. In addition, there is the Yin spiritual land, the Yang spiritual land, the metal spiritual land, the wood spiritual land, the water spiritual land, and the earth spiritual land. Looking at the entire world outside of the universe, an existence like the Qiqiao land is unique. No other faction can gather all of these powers in one place. The dignified woman's expression changed when she heard this. Steward Chow, are you saying that the Qiqiao land can satisfy all of our needs to condense the power of Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements? Zhou Zheng smiled and said, that's right. This way, you won't have to wander around outside and look for resources to condense your power. In other words, as long as you stay in the Qiqiao land long enough, you will have the opportunity to reach the heaven-opening realm. And this opportunity is convenient for the disciples of other factions. Don't you think this is your good fortune? The Yao man was pleasantly surprised. Really? Zhou Zheng smiled and said, why would I lie to you? You can go back and ask others. This isn't a secret. Then it really is our good fortune. The Yao man was overjoyed. Ah Sun blinked and asked, then is Steward Chow also at the heaven-opening realm now? Zhou Zheng couldn't help coughing. Not yet, but that's because I've been too lazy in my cultivation. If I work hard, reaching the heaven-opening realm won't be a problem. You can't slack off in your cultivation in the future, or you'll end up like me. Alright, let's not talk too much. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come with me. He turned and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely behind him. After entering the village, they saw houses on both sides. Each house had traces of restrictions. Some of the doors were closed, while others were open. There were people standing in front of the doors, coldly looking at Yang Kai and the others. The owners of these houses were both from the human race and the Yao race. Their auras were all at the level of the Emperor realm, but they varied in strength. Not long after, a sweet voice came from the side. Steward Chow, are there new people? Zhou Zheng turned around and smiled. That's right, the Venerable has returned. He brought a few new people with him. Yang Kai and the others followed the voice, and saw a graceful figure leaning against the door frame of one of the houses. The woman had a lazy expression, and her hair was slightly messy, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled. Then we won't have to work so hard in the future. She then turned to Kai Yang and the others and said, elder sister will live here. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to come and find me. Elder sister loves to teach new people. While speaking, she giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, and seemed to have infinite charm. No one knew how to answer, so they pretended not to hear it. They walked forward until they reached one of the houses with closed doors. Zhou Zheng stopped, and turned to look at Yang Kai and the others. He pointed at the burly man and said, you'll be staying here in the future. He casually threw a jade token to him and said, this is the restriction token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to think about anything during these 3 days. Just rest well. The burly man nodded in response. He held the jade token in his hand, and activated his power to refine it. Zhou Zheng continued to lead the others forward. When they reached the third ownerless house, it was Yang Kai's turn. Just like the previous 2, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token, and told him to refine it himself. Then he led the rest of the people away. It was not difficult to refine the restriction token. No one knew if this house had been occupied before. Anyway, there were no traces of the previous owner refining it. Yang Kai only spent an incense stick's worth of time to completely refine it. He gently waved the jade token in front of the house, opening the restriction and pushing the door open. There was no unpleasant smell, and the facilities inside the house were very simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen meters, and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor had tables and chairs, which seemed to be a place to entertain guests. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, there was only a bed and a mattress, which should be a place to rest. There was a spirit array arranged inside the house. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world's aura was being driven by the spirit array, and was constantly gathering inside the house, making the small house extremely rich in aura. If such a place were placed in the star boundary, it would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone would fight for. But in the fire spirit land of the 7 openings, it was just a servant's residence. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the stewards, head disciples, and even the earth protectors lived in. After opening the restriction and isolating the house, Yang Kai comprehended the various functions of the restriction token while thinking about his current situation. It was his first time entering the world outside the universe, and being led into the 7 openings was a good thing. But to become a servant right after entering made him somewhat speechless. He still remembered that when he first entered the martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion, because his cultivation progress was not satisfactory, he was reduced to sweeping the floor. The current situation was very similar to back then. The only difference was that the strength he possessed now was not something he could compare to at that time. The current him already had the capital to resist. However, this was their territory after all, and there was a heaven opening realm master overseeing it. When there was no threat to his life, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble, so he decided to take one step at a time. Moreover, the fortune Zhou mentioned before was nothing more than boasting in Yang Kai's eyes. Others might not know the mysteries of breaking through to the heaven opening realm, but Yang Kai did. In order to break through to the heaven opening realm, one needed to condense the power of the yin and yang 5 elements. This was not wrong. Zhang Ruoshi had also told him so. Moreover, he had already condensed the power of the wood element, and it was the peak of the wood element. However, Zhou did not mention the most important thing, the difference in grade. Perhaps the 7 openings land's gathering of the yin and yang 5 elements was enough to meet the requirements of a cultivator breaking through to the heaven opening realm. But the grade would definitely not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't there be as many heaven opening realm masters in the 7 openings land? And from the information Yang Kai currently had, there should not be too many heaven opening realm masters in the 7 openings land. Otherwise, they would not have occupied such a small piece of land, and would instead be competing for the 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.